robbers and the crooks.
Well, actually.
And I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked, cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just to by my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind. To the videos, they thought I was a black guy. That's hard to get over. I'm foreigner in the sport, but I'm fully devoted. I don't take it for granted that the door's been open. I knew I was different, I knew I was chosen. A breadwinner, but I'm soft-spoken. Authentic like a 5950 and there's no cap. Let's have a toast to that. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the They done baptized the bad guy. Still don't follow religion. The fabric's not average. The cotton's Egyptian. 500 for the shoes come dirty, but the European. Less is more and less is the bank. Up the score, I pull up from trade. From the tray, I'm ballin' like trade. Do what I can, I do what you can't. I wrote this 30,000 feet up. 10 toes stay G'd up. I'm tryna get that type of wealth, like a house on the hills can't see us. Say the money still me up. Stay humble, stay teed up. I don't tell you how to live, so don't hit me with no weak stuff. And if you know the deal, then you know the deal. If it's real, then you know.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't, subscribe to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. I'm a fan of the channel, so I booked a 2-hour session just to show support, just to show love and say what's up. He provided a wealth of information, way more than I was even expected. He has an excellent presentation. So I just wanted to let y'all know you will not be disappointed. Book the consultation, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. Dre, man, I appreciate you. I will be out in Colombia, and I look forward to linking up with you. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you. Peace.
Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually.
Shout out to all you ladies and gentlemen that are here with Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. Appreciate and love to see you guys that are here on our show. It is going to be a great one. This is a thinker episode. Let me put on some cologne. Cologne of the night is AJ Mall Sandalwood. That's the cologne of the night. AJ Mall Sandalwood. Really good cologne. Really good. As much as it costs, $300 a bottle. Yeah, really good one. It is strong, and it is a grown man one. Like I said, it's one of those that you're not going to be using all the time, but that sandalwood, I really enjoy it. Really enjoy the sandalwood in that one. Shout out to all you guys that are here. Let's put some music on before we even get started. Tonight's topic, man. Listen, there was a YouTuber, famous YouTuber, one of the brothers of the Passport Bro movement, was asked this question. If I gave you $5 million, would you go back to the United States permanently? You couldn't move anywhere outside the United States. You couldn't ever again travel outside the United States. Would you do it for $10 million? We're going to hear what he had to say. There we go. There we go. Yeah, we're going to hear what he had to say in regards to this, because I want to ask you guys, do you have a price on your head? Is there a price that somebody can offer you to live in the United States for the rest of your life, never to go anywhere else? for all you travel guys, all you passport bro, blue book cartel, passport gentlemen, all the things that you've seen, all the adventures that you had, all the women that you've enjoyed, all the food and drink that you had during your journeys thus far. Are you willing to give that up for the proceeds? For the proceeds. I'm not talking about temporarily going back to the States, making your money for the next 5 or 10 years, 15 years. I'm talking about you can't leave the States ever again. You're stuck there, bro. The furthest that you'll ever go is Hawaii or Puerto Rico. That's it. You might be able to hit the U.S. Virgin Islands, but that's it. You can't go any further for the rest of your days. If you're 30 and you live to 70, 40 years, you'll be in the States. You can't go anywhere. If you're 50 and you live to 70, for the next 20 years, you cannot go anywhere else. You're stuck in the States. You got the money, but you can't go anywhere. Are you willing to do this? Statistically, over 68% of all Americans will die within a 50-mile radius of the hospital in which they were born anyway. So if I'd asked the average American this question, we know that 68% of Americans don't go anywhere anyway. So it would have been obvious that they would take the money because most Americans don't go anywhere. Americans are not a relocating bunch. But I'm talking to you guys that are traveling or planning on traveling, that are relocators, that have solidified relationships in other countries, friendships in other countries, networking, built businesses in other countries. Would you give all that up for the money? I want to hear what you guys have to say in the comment section while I give you guys the shout outs. I want to hear what you guys have to say in the comment section. First shout out is my brother, them Canadian brothers, but they just so happen to be in Colombia. Shout out to my man, a Black Nubian in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you being here. And my man FBAJ is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget this, brother. He says, salute OG and Andrea. What's up, Love Crossing Borders or LCB family? Shout out to you guys. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate you, gentlemen. We got Mad Max in the building. I said a lot of familiar names, such as Thelonious is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. We must be doing something right. He said, what's good, Andre? And shout out to the chat room. Shout out to you as well, brother. Shout out to you as well. No Excuses just came out the gate and said, I'm taking the money, Dre. I don't care what y'all say. You can laugh and mock me, but I'm taking the money. I'm leaving some money for the heritage, for the family, for the lineage. I'm taking the money. I don't need to be outside the United States. I'm taking the money. I'm always in the States anyway. I'm taking the money. So he's already given his answer. Let me hear what else you guys have to say. My man GJ is in the building as well. Pine Sir is here, as well as Bobby Coltrane. GJ and Bobby Coltrane is in the building. Peace up to you as well. And once again, appreciate the love for my brother. And shout out to my man Thelonious once again with the $5. Support Black Male Media. Thank you guys for supporting. Thank you guys for supporting Black Male Media as well as on PayPal and Cash App. Appreciate you guys, man. Really do. Really do. We got some things that we're working on the channel. I'm actually got somebody building real soon. Starting next month, we'll be building on the website for the books, and also working on the websites for the channel. We already own the channel name Love Crossing Borders. You can actually even email me, Andre Spence at lovecrossingborders.com or Andrea Wallace at lovecrossingborders.com. You can actually email us already. So we already got that set up. But we got some things that we're working on. So we appreciate you guys supporting the channel by way of Cash App, because that's what the money goes towards. Bobby Coltrane says this. He say, all I'm saying is, if I took the money, no one said that I got to come back and stay. Yeah, you got to stay. Only said, as far as I know, come back and then ain't no leaving again. You take the money, ain't no leaving. You walking right back into that snow globe known as the United States, never to leave again. The rule, the question that was asked to this brother was asked to Jabril Passport Heavy And many of us know that Jabril Passport Heavy, he's like 100,000, 200,000 subscribers. He's one of the original guys that started doing, brothers that started doing quality, top quality travel content for black men. If you follow him, you know that Passport Heavy channel has been around the world. He was asked that question. Would you take the money? Would you leave all that you've established around the world, all the connections that you have around the world? Would you leave it, take this money, go back to the United States and never leave the United States again? You're in punishment. You're on travel punishment. Would you do it? We're going to watch and see what he said. We're going to watch and see what he said. Shout out to you guys. Let me scroll back up, show you guys some love. Scroll back up. Okay, we got here. We got my man Tori in the building. Shout out to you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Love to Andre and Andrea. Much love to you as well, brother. Appreciate you. And my boy Mad Max, the Indiana boys. Shout out to Gary. Appreciate you, brother. He said, yo, ready and expecting another great show. Yes, sir. Shout out to my Christian brother Gary and his lovely, lovely family, man. Really good, man. Really good family. Gary came down here and did Colombia the right way. Even though he's got a lot of adventures, he came down here in 81, the early 80s, got his wife, and they've been together ever since. Great family, kids and grandkids. YouTube is a habit, is in the building. Yes, sir. He said, can't wait until my obligations are fulfilled. 8 years Brazil countdown. Tick, 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 tick. He said, motivating the masses. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Yes, sir. Shout out to my man Kenny People was always sending me some inspirational, motivational videos. He said, I'm in church tonight. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Once again, shout out to my brother FBA J. And also my man Jay Indo or Hundo in the building. Shout out Mr. Hundo himself. Appreciate you. Let's scroll down a little further. Make sure, guys, we hit that like button. We got 34 people in the building. We like you. Make sure that you like us too. And also showing appreciation is our brother David Dice, who's always showing us some love on the channel. Always a great supporter, man. We appreciate all that you guys are doing to support the channel. It all goes towards help building a better brand for us all. I kid you not. It really does. I'm not out here. You know, O'Shea said, I'm going to take the money and trick it up. That's what O'Shea said he do. O'Shea said, hey, you send me super chat, I'm going to take the money and trick it up. That's not, or trick it off. That's not your boy, and that's not Andre. We really got some plans coming down the turnpike for the next 3 months of this channel as well. Shout out to my man David Dice once again. He said, big brother Andre, I'm starting the No More Excuses book tonight. Yes, sir. I finally have time. Shout out to you. Shout out to my man No More Excuse being in the building, and shout out to you for writing the No More Excuse book tonight. No more excuses. It is that time. It is that time. Let me scroll back up. We got my man Alexis in the building. What's up to my man Alexis? Shout out to you, brother, and everyone in the chat, as well as my man Jay Ferguson of the Ferguson family being here with us. Appreciate you, brother. Tori Brown is in the building. Tori says this. He said, into every state in the States. I've been to quite a few states myself. And so he said, hell no. He said, no price can buy peace. I want you guys to remember that statement as we watch this video. As we watch the video that we're going to have today, I want you, do not forget, that is the common thread of the video today. Is your peace for sale? Is your peace? So you guys would think about the monetary side. Cool. 5 million, 10 million, 15 million. Got you. Right? Is your peace for sale? That's the question. He actually hit the nail on the head of the theme for the show tonight. Is your peace for sale? So as you guys, as we go through these comments, I want you guys to remember that statement. Shout out to you, brother. He said, my senior pastor preaching and telling us about investment in the Bible. Oh, man, that's how it's done, man. Yes, sir. There's a lot of scriptures in the Bible that'll help you out when it comes to investing. Yes, that is true, brother. That is true. And shout out to my man Black Scorpion in the building. My dude. He says something for the collection plate. Appreciate you guys, man. Really do appreciate you guys. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to you, man. We're going to have a good show tonight, man. I just feel it. I feel it in my bones. We'll have a good time and a good show tonight. Don't forget, guys, I'm going to be dropping the link for Rumble. Why? Because we got the movies coming up this weekend for Rumble. I know one of them is going to be Shaft. So we're going to watch the original Shaft. And I might do the second Shaft, or I might do the 7 Grandmasters, the Kung Fu movie. So we might do the 7 Grandmasters and Shaft this weekend. If you guys that haven't seen Shaft in a while, like I said, we like to watch the movies from the 70s and 80s. I got House Party 1 and 2 coming up too as well. We like to watch the movies from the 70s and the 80s, not only because the movies are good, but it's fun to watch how black folks used to dress with style, different fashions back in the 70s, 80s, 60s. And it was all about fashion for black people. Now everything's about brand, right? Everything's about what brand you have on. But it used to be a time when we didn't care as much about the brand as far as it worked with the style of our community. I've been watching old school hip hop clips from photos from Delancey Street to when dudes used to dress and go out to the Fever. Shout out to all you New Yorkers. And I'm looking at the old New York, old Manhattan photos. And just look at black people just being fashionable, man. And now we're so caught up on brands that we forgot how to be the fashion folks who we always have been. And so I love looking at those old movies from the 70s, just to look at how black people and our fashion and our style was so diverse. Yes, sir. And once again, shout out to my man H.R. Ferguson. My man Bobby Coltrane says, I'm saying is, if I took the money, no one said, oh yeah, I read that one. My man For Profits Store is in the building. Shout out to you, brother, for being here. Peace and blessings, Dre and the chat. Shout out to you guys, man. I appreciate you guys every night. I really do. I appreciate the fact that we come together as men and encourage each other each night when it comes to this travel journey that we're on as men. I appreciate that. And the ladies, you are invited as well. Bobby Coltrane says, he said, if I got to stay, I'm not taking that money. You got to stay. That's the deal. You can't move nowhere. You can't travel outside the states. You are stuck in all 50 states in the surrounding Caribbean islands. That's the best you're going to get, the Caribbeans. Puerto Rico plus. You can't even sneak over to Cuba. You can't do none of that. You can't sneak up to Canada. As soon as they find out you snuck up to Canada, you lose everything. All the money must be given back. Sneak down to Mexico, you caught. They're gonna send you back and they're gonna take what you got, whatever you got left. Shout out to my man David Dice. Mad Max said the big bucks to give up my new relationship with Andre and Andrea. Hey, that's all I'm saying. He's saying, well. Shout out to Gary. Oh, yes, sir. These are the things that you got to give up. All your friends, all your connections, seriously, you got to give all that up. What you calling overseas to the girl in the Philippines for? You in the States. Ain't no use you calling her. You can't sing for nobody. Here's the other part. You in the States. Ain't no, well, I'm a singing for her. Ain't no singing for no Colombianas. Ain't no singing for no Venezuelans. Ain't no singing for no Brazilians. You ain't singing for that girl in Tanzania. None of them Ethiopian chicks. You are not going to sing it for any of them German chicks. You got to date within the States. For the money, you got to date what's in the States. You got to eat what's in the States. You got to enjoy what's in your country. If you want this money, you want this 10 million, you want this 15 million, you want this 5 million, times are tight for us all. You want this 5 million, right? Ain't no sending for no chick. So if y'all think that y'all gonna take a couple of these dollars, well, I just send for me a Colombian chick. Nah, bruh. The deal is you in the States, you focus on the States. That 70% overweight rate of women in the States, you got to choose among them fat girls. You got your 10 million, but you better choose among them fat girls. You can't be shipping in no chick. Now, if she just so happen to be a chick that comes to the States, cool. But ain't no shipping in. Y'all think y'all gonna be slick. Gonna be shipping chicks in. Shout out to man SJ Clash. Salute to you as well, brother. Salute to you as well. Yes, sir. HR Ferguson says this. He said, I'm still thinking between taking the money or not. He said, I ain't gonna lie. The most benevolent king is in the building. Acknowledge me. Shout out to my man. Indianapolis is in the building. Shout out to them Indy boys. The 216 is in the building. Man, I had so much fun in Indy. I ain't gonna even lie, boy. I had some of my greatest adventures riding my bike. It was the Indy. I ain't gonna even lie. When I used to ride bikes, man, some of the biggest fun I've had was riding from Fort Wayne to Indianapolis. Shout out to Indy, man. Yeah, I've been all over Indiana for real. From Muncie and Gary area, shoot down I-90. Then I jump on 465, shoot straight down 465, and I'm in Naptown. Shout out to Indy. In the expo, every summer. Shout out to them Indy boys. Yes, sir. He said, well, no, never. Okay, I appreciate that. Gary. I wouldn't do it either, man. Theo says this. Shout out to Theo being in the building. Theo says, I wouldn't stay in the U.S. for $25 billion. Woo, he put the B on the front of it. He said 25 billion. Spelled with an alien. Shout out to you guys. My phone keeps on vibrating. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anybody on the Cash App. All right, cool. All right, let's scroll down a little further. And we got Timothy Bright, Avengers Assemble in the building. Appreciate you. He said, I'm tardy. However, as far as my mental health, that's the main reason I want to leave. Thus far, we've only had one person said, I'll take the money. We got one brother said, I'm kind of on the fence. We got one brother said, my man, no excuses. He came right out the gate before the show even started. Hey, Dre, I'll take the money, please. Thank you kindly, kind sir. My man, David says, he said, I can't lie. I want to say, no. He said, no, my piece isn't for sale, but I'm thinking about all the investments I could do. Damn a piece. I don't need peace. I just need money. The Bible says, what is it that a man should gain the whole world but lose his soul? What is it that a man, even Jesus asked, what is it that a man, he could gain the whole world, but he ain't got no peace? 1 Corinthians chapter 13, the love chapter, Paul says, if I acquired all these things, if I did all these miraculous things, even though I got all this stuff, if I don't have love, I'm living my life in vain. 1 Corinthians chapter 13. I'm just putting it out there. I'm not saying anything against the money. I'm just saying. He said, what could 10 million buy you if you can't get better for less than 100K around the world? This is true. This is an excellent point. You're stuck in the States with that 10 million. you know you're gonna have to come out of taxes. Ain't no see when you live out the states, you get the tax breaks. When you live in the states, you're gonna have to finagle that money around to get some of the rich people, you know, Theo Wolf's tax breaks, right? That's how you got to do that. So you got to manipulate that 10 million to you gonna keep the whole 10 million, not while you living in the States. So expect that to take place. He's absolutely correct. And then the cost of living, then the rate of inflation. You know that by the time, if you got that 10 million in 2025, by the time 2027 comes, even if you kept the whole 10 million, if you don't invest it in something, that 10 million value is going to be like 8.7, like 8.7, 9.1 with inflation. So are you really getting 10 million? And I like what the brother said. He said, shoot, I can live a good life with 100,000 outside the States. I can get a bang for my buck, and I get tax breaks that I don't get in the States. But since I live outside the States, I get other tax. So you may want to, you know, while you guys are thinking of, remember I said this topic is about Shaft Goes to Africa. Is there a Shaft Goes to Africa? Let me know, if David, if there's a Shaft Goes to Africa that I need to download for us. Shout out to my man DJ International. He said Cali, my oh yeah, countdown. Yeah, countdown, man. Tomorrow, mañana. I'll see you, brother, mañana. That's my whinings. See you tomorrow, whinings. Tomorrow. Okay. But salute to my man David. Troy is in the building. Troy say money does not buy peace. He said I'll stay in Cali, Colombia. Yeah, man. Money does not buy you peace. My man HR Ferguson says, he said, if I'm losing my Colombian shorty, I'll pass. Hit that rock, bruh. That's what I'm talking about. You only get one true person, maybe two in a lifetime. You can get some money. Money go come and go. Hard times hit us all. I'm gonna say this again. Hard times hit us all. But over time, good times hit us all. That's what the J curve is about. Sometimes we think that we're at the top of the J, and really sometimes we're still at the bottom of the J, trying to get everything on track, and we're slowly working our way up the J. Nothing wrong with the J curve of life. Absolutely correct. My man Jaquez says 25 mil to stay in the States, no deal. No deal. Like I said, most Americans, they've already come to the conclusion. Heck yeah, why? Because most Americans aren't going anywhere. So I don't even ask this question, and they didn't even ask this question to somebody that lives in the States. They knew what a person that lives in the States would say. Shout out to salute to my man, the real Captain Marvel, the real one. Shout out to you, brother. Glad to see you here. Salute to you as well, kind sir. Once again, Dave said this. So with the money, I gotta stay in the States forever. Forever, ever, bruh. You ain't shipping no chicks in. You can't even ship no food in. You gotta eat American food. You gotta eat American food. He said, hell no. Tori says this. He said, question sounds like an episode from the Twilight. Yeah, for real. Shout out to the Twilight Zone. I'm still a Twilight Zone fan. Sounds too much like a setup. I know. And shout out to my man Ellis in the building. He says this. He said, the only way I would stay in the States if it's the law, if the laws change. That's a good point. That's a real good point. If the laws change. Jaquez says this. He said, I like the 70s films too. He said back then, the only thing that was big on a woman was her collar and her blouse. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The era of the big collars. Yes, it was. Shout out to you guys. Elham in the building. He says with 10 million, you could put together a program anywhere and make it work. So we got another brother that said, hey, I will take the money. There you go. Got another brother taking the money. Shout out to you, brother. It's not a who's right or who's wrong. It's just an abstract question that was asked by a YouTuber who's very famous for his marketing. I could see somebody offering him this. Let's put it like this. This is not just a random YouTuber. Outside of YouTube, for years, he's been doing marketing, ad marketing. He's one of the original guys that when it came to Facebook ads and all these other ads and Google ads, he was one of the original ones that started off doing this back in the day. And that's how he became a multimillionaire. Instead of just staying in the States as a multimillionaire, he began to travel. He hired a whole team of people to travel with him, the best editors, the best cameramen, the best everything, to follow him, his brother, and at that time his girlfriend, to follow them around the world and show black men quality footage of the journeys around the world. That's Jabril Passport Heavy. So if you haven't watched Passport Heavy videos, you could tell the quality. Kind of like he was like before Richie Mack came along, Jabril Passport Heavy videos were the ones that you looked at for that level of quality on a travel video. And so they asked him that question. They asked the right man. They asked the right dude that I could see somebody in the States offering him that type of money to come back to the States from now on. So it wasn't far-fetched. They weren't asking somebody that wasn't already making that type of money. He's already making that type of money. And so we're going to hear his answer. Shout out to you, gentlemen, once again. Always showing some love, too. And we got Will in the... What am I doing right tonight? What am I doing right tonight? My man Will in the building. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Will says this. Shout out to you, Will, for the $5 love. Will says, he said, think of the celebrities who had more money. They committed suicide. Yep. Self-deletion. He said, I mean, look at Robin Williams. Check. He said, I'd rather have my peace. Colombia for sure. I mean, you got dudes like Robin Williams, the founder of Coors Beer, the leader himself. If I'm not mistaken, the founder of Victoria's Secrets, the guy, not a female, the guy. I think he either jumped off the bridge in New York or somewhere he jumped off the bridge after founding Victoria's Secret, after making all that money. If they don't self-delete, they self-destruct. Diddy, take that. If they don't self-delete, they self-destruct. Am I lying? R. Kelly? Anyone? You know how many singers wished that they had the notoriety of Kels? The ability to write #1 songs and top 10 hits for anybody. It wasn't just Kelly writing top 10 songs for himself. He was writing top 10 songs. Didn't matter if you were black or white. Kels could write you a top 10 song. But because of behavior outside of their talent, look how many NFL players, multi-millionaire NFL players, NBA players crash out. Got the money and crash all the way out. For no reason. You can have the money. Just like my brother said, he said, there's too many people out there that's self-deleting themselves even though they got the money. Zeta's in the building. Yes, sir. Thank you for being here. My man Ella says, he says, Zion, basketball player, just got charged for rape from a girl he dated 5 years ago. He got the money, but the system, how was that even legal? The system. You can't leave the United States, but you're still stuck in the system, guys. The same laws. You got the 10 million, you got the 15 million. But can you stay there for life? You watch all your other brothers that are passport bros still travel. You can't go. You took the money. You can't go. You watching everybody on social media live their life, but you can't go. You watch them come back and tell their stories, but you can't go. You see what I'm saying? You on financial punishment. You on profit punishment. You got the profit, but you on punishment now. You made the money, but you on punishment. DJ says, think about it. Which rich man would marry Oprah for 10 million? That's a good point. You say, fuck no. The most benevolent king says this. He said, yep. He said, and have been around, he said, oh, and been around Andy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. From Carrollwood area all the way through downtown, brother. Yes, sir. I know Indy. That's one of my cities right there, without a doubt. Hands down. The Circle. Indy, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, it's the Circle. Indianapolis Freeway is made in a circle, right? So if you miss your loop, you might be driving another 20 minutes just to come all the way back, another 20, 25 minutes to come right back around to get to your spot, to get to your exit again. You're like, man, I missed my exit. Here you go. You just ride around another 20 minutes. You around the city. You're going to be all right. Just ride around. And that's the only city I've ever seen like that. Like the whole freeway is all connected to a circle. You got off branches, but most of the city's freeway is a big circle. If you miss your exit or two, don't worry about it. It's going to come back around in about 20 minutes. Yep. 20 minutes. He said, I'll take the money, kind sir. He said, I have a cheat code. That's a good cheat code. If I was ever back in the States, I already know what my state is. I'm Florida for life. I'm Florida man, the one you read about. Florida man that ain't never got no name, just Florida man, right? Florida is the ultimate cheat code if you don't have a passport. So, if you can't use your passport again, that is true. That is 1,000% true. You ain't got to go nowhere. They all coming to you. If you live in Florida, they all coming to you from every country, from Germany to South America, from Italy, everybody coming. Everybody somehow, some way ends up either New York, Texas, LA, Florida. Without a doubt. And then everybody else gets a little sprinkle of different type of people from different parts of the world. But Florida, guaranteed, man. Yes, sir. Now that's a good cheat code, DJ. You got me on that one. That's a good cheat code. Now I can see somebody taking the money and being in Florida. But can I really do it? I'm trying to think me. You see the grimace look on my face. Because even if I'm back in Florida, I gotta still deal with the Florida police. You know how they are. I gotta still deal with Florida's just crazy political system. You know how bad our political system is in Florida. Florida is its own country when it comes to politics, bro. We got to deal with Marco Rubio. So, I love Florida, man, but I got to worry about gators. I got to worry about snakes. Hey guys, this is not us exaggerating. Us Floridians are not. When you see the alligators that be at the front door, or snakes, giant snakes in your backyard or on your front porch, we're not exaggerating, brothers. This is not an exaggeration. I've had my crocodile hunter moments. Come home, giant snakes locked in my patio. I'm like, how you even get in here? How am I gonna get this gigantic snake? True story. I got a female coming over, and I got a giant snake in the patio. So I told my true story. I told myself, what would the crocodile hunter do? I'm a brother from Detroit, so I ain't got no black examples like the brother on Instagram, Tarzan. Now, he been around for like the last couple of years. Wasn't no black Tarzan on Instagram around yet. But we had the crocodile hunter. So I'm looking at this big stew. That thing was huge, right? In my patio. And I'm like, and it's raining. So the chicken's on the way to spend the night. Freaking in the rain, right? I said, okay. So I got a giant pillowcase, right? I should have got a blanket. That's how big the snake was. So I said, okay, if I could just cover up the head of the snake. So here's what I did. True story. I went and opened up my front door because I didn't know how he got in from the patio. So I went open my front door. It was raining and everything. I slid over my patio because it was connected to my living room, right? So I didn't want this snake to come into the living room. So I threw the blanket, the pillowcase over the snake's head, and I just kind of like let him stay calm and everything, right? I knew where his head was, so I'm calm, right? But my heart beating, but I got to be calm. And so I slowly kind of like wrapped the snake's head up around now mind you, the snake is trying to wrap himself around my arm. I got to be calm. I can't be like no female, because if I let this pillowcase go, I know I'm in trouble. So as soon as I got the snake's head, I wasn't asking the snake, hey, are you poisonous? Out in my mind, dude, it could have been a king cobra, right? So I got the snake. Don't be laughing in the comments. I got the snake, man. I rushed through my living room. Remember I said I opened up the front door in advance? Out the front door, and man, I took that snake and I threw him like I was a Olympic javelin thrower. It's like I spun around in a circle 4 times and just hurled the snake through the air. And the snake just went, because eventually he let my arm go. And he just went flying through the air, and he gone over there. And dude, not even, I could say 10 minutes later, the female pulled up to the crib. That's life as the Florida man. That's the life, the every other weekend life of the Florida man. I've been in a parking lot, man, walking to go get my car. I got photos. Walking to go get my car at the parking lot. Number 2 gators. 2 gators sitting right there in the parking lot in the shade. They came out the little swamp. They were like, it's too hot. We gonna sit in the shade. Our work parking lot. So now you got 2 giant gators that's blocking everybody from getting in and getting out of the parking lot. That's the wonderful life of living in Florida. Shout out to all you Floridians. We got 57 in the building. Bobby says this. He said, I'll leave the Medellin or the Medellin, Melinda Concilia and Ling Ling for Pookie. Oh, I see what you said. He said, hell no. My man Black Apartment said F no. He said, I'm straight out the gate before we even get to that part, Dre. F no. DJ says, he said, what kind of life could you buy in the U.S. for $25 billion? He said, I could do the same thing for thank you. I could do the same thing for $250,000 outside the States. That's true. That's a great point. You guys are making some great points in regards to the cost of the difference between the cost of living, and you get to keep your peace. I'm gonna say this again. You guys are thinking about, you know what? I get a bang for my buck, and I get to keep my peace. One of the number one things we're going to discover on the video tonight is that the people that decide that I will never live in the United States again, you know what one of the number one things was? Peace was at the top of the list. Number 2 was not cost of living. It was that they had discovered a stress-free life outside the States, and they weren't willing to go back to stress. I'm going to say that again. These people were willing to make less money if they could live in a less stressful environment. So they said, man, I'm not going back to the States. Why? Less stress. Everywhere you go has a level of stress about it. It's just called life. But the United States stress is like a whole nother level of stress. Whole nother level of stress. Shout out to you guys here. And the shareholder is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. He said, I need my lawyer to go over the contract. 'Tis true. He said, let me know if there's any loopholes that will allow me to travel outside the United States. Do I have like a great grandmother that I need to go see or something like that? You know, give me the loopholes. H.R. Ferguson says this. He says, if the price is higher, I would consider staying in the States. We all have a price, not me. I don't have one. I live the J curve. This is your J. This is a J. I know that most of us don't start life at the top of the J. In anything, you don't start life. You don't start as the perfect parent. You don't start as the perfect coworker. We all start on this side of a J, not this part of a J, right? This is a J. We start on the middle part, the part of a J over here. What happens when you first start a J? Do you go up? No. You drop. You go through your learning curves. You go through your good times and your bad times. You go through times when you got money, times when you ain't got money. You go through times with good women. You go through times with some crazy women. When you are traveling and relocating to another country, you're networking, you bring your routines, you're at the bottom of a J. I know in your mind you want to be at the top of the J, but no matter what you do in life, whether you stay in the States or not, you're going to be in the J curve. And all of a sudden, you're going to work your way up the J. And all of a sudden, you've graduated Theo's courses and you've networked with people. You've met some good people. You got you a girlfriend or two. And now all of a sudden, you're starting to be more at the top of the J than at the bottom of the J. That's life. And some guys try to avoid the J curve even with money. No matter where you go in life, you better expect the J curve. We did it when we learned to drive. We did it when we first learned to do certain sports. We did it when some of you guys first became parents. We did it in our marriages. You don't start at the top and you're the most wonderful husband. No, you're learning. When you first get married, it's still a learning curve, even though you guys have been together for 10 years, but you haven't been together as husband and wife for 10 years. Now you go back to the bottom of your J curve, and now you learn to be a better husband. She's learned to be a better wife as you're at the bottom of the J. The problem is a lot of people just don't want to do the bottom of the J. Like I said, the bottom of the J is where all the good lessons are learned. My man, the real Captain Marvel, says this. He said, 25 million is not enough to be in a country that can easily take it away. Man, that's a good point too. All it takes is one female to say, come on, in the States, all it takes is one female to say, he did that, take that. He told me, take that. That's all you need. And you know, when you worth a certain amount of money, they coming for you. If you think that you're going to have $25 million in the States and ain't no female going to come up with some allegations, you crazy. If you got $25 million, you know the first thing you need is a team of lawyers. And even if you got a team of lawyers like Diddy, that still might not guarantee that you're going to win. You better think about how the United States is and stop playing, trying to act like y'all gonna get a 25 million and ain't nobody gonna know, and you just gonna live your regular life and ain't nobody gonna say nothing to you. No, it's gonna be family members coming out the woodwork trying to hustle you. Friends that you used to have back in the day, they coming through trying to hustle you. I heard you got 25 million, bruh. You better think about what all that entails before you think about the monetary part, because it's a lot more. Ask all these lottery winners that lost all their money within a 5-year window. That's another thing. Somebody could give you 75 million. 75 million. And you might have the mindset of a lottery winner. And in 5 years, you're broke. 5 years, now you're stuck in the States for the rest of your life. And you're broke. Yeah, y'all better think about this one. This is a good question. Shout out to my man KW in the building. We already know what KW has to say. It's in the name, gentlemen. It's in the name. Please, America. He said, brother, I hope y'all all is well. He said, could you do me a favor? Could you please check AMZ and Walmart for Spice Ball Extreme and let me know or which one to get. Could you please? Oh, you asking me? Ask AMZ or check Amazon and Walmart for Spice Bomb Extreme. It's called Spice Bomb. It's Spice Bomb Extreme. I'll check for it for you tonight, guys. I'll check for it for everyone tonight. And I'll check to see if it's on Amazon. Or some of you moderators, if you don't mind, could you go on Amazon? If some of you moderators, could you go on Amazon and see a Spice Bomb Extreme, the cologne? Okay, this is not Spice Bomb Extreme. This is Spice Bomb Infrared. But the bottle is like this. And it's got the gold wrapping. I must have put it all the way to the back. But Spice Bomb Extreme. Check on that for us, gentlemen, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. On Amazon. And drop the link in the description. But my brother says this. Spice Bomb Extreme and Walmart for Spice. He said, let me know which one to get. Seen a huge price difference. I know one thing, Amazon doesn't sell fake and Walmart doesn't sell fake. So if you find one deal better than the other one, it's the same cologne. Neither one of them sell fakes. So if you find a good deal on it, take it. I'll say that again. Take it. If you find a good deal on Spice Bomb Extreme, I kid you not, man. It's an excellent cologne, bro. Excellent cologne. I kid you not. Easily in my top 3 favorite colognes. If my cologne collection was gone tomorrow, easy, and all I could keep was 3, Spice Bomb Extreme would easily be in that top 3, hands down, year in, year out. It is that good of a masculine, strong but not overbearing. It's a scent that women love, but it's a scent that you can wear around your boys. You can wear year in, year out. Yeah, Spice Bomb Extreme is not to be toyed with. Not saying that Spice Bomb Infrared or the original Spice Bomb with the gray wrapping. The original one has like a gray wrapping around it. Spice Bomb Extreme has the gold wrapping. I have it back here. And then you got the Spice Bomb Infrared. This is infrared. And it's kind of like a reddish bottle, as you can see. But then they got a green one, the green bottle that just came out last year. Spice Bomb, what is it? Is it Infragreen? I think it's Infragreen. That's the latest one of the flankers that came out. And when you guys hear me say flankers, that means that it's kind of like of the same family. Like Spice Bomb Extreme, Spice Bomb Infrared, Spice Bomb Infragreen. Flanker means it's of the same family. Not necessarily the same brand. Like you got all those Creeds, but Creed only has like Creed Aventus, and then it has another one, a flanker of Aventus called Aventus, and then Absolute. Those are the only flankers of Creed Aventus. In other words, it's Aventus, and then there's another Aventus, and there's another one. Same thing. Another flanker is Sauvage. You have Sauvage, and then you have Sauvage Elixir. Those are of the same family because they're kind of like the same formula type of thing. So whenever you hear somebody say a flanker, it just means that it's a cologne of the same type of family, the same recipe or the same ingredients, even though it's under the same brand. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to you gentlemen in the building. Let me scroll up and make sure I got everybody, such as I got my brother Tamika Love in the building. And let me scroll down. I think I got everybody. A man YouTuber. YouTubing is a habit. He said, if you take the money, you will still have no peace. He said the government will find a way to tax most of it back. He said, I'm not taking the cash. So we got another brother. Most of you guys said that you're not taking the cash. Corey says this, He says, with 10 million, you're going to have every hyena. We didn't think about that too. We didn't think about you're going to have every sack chasing, gold digging hyena after you. Really think about, he said, really think you're going to have your peace once they find out? And they will find out. You ain't gonna sit on 10 million and act like your granddaddy got investment money, but you driving Fred Sanford truck. That ain't what we doing. We out there buying the best of the best cars out there. Going to all the fundraisers. Yep, Diddy dumb self. All that money. Think about it. Think about it right now. All that hard work, 30 years of hip hop. All that hard work, whether he was an idiot or not, he did put in the work. He did make the money. He hit the $1 billion mark. All he had to do was sit down and let that money keep flipping. You in your 50s. What are you doing? You're in your 50s. So you might got a good 20 more years to live. But you want to be conniving with the liquor, and sue the liquor people and all the stuff that Diddy now he's at like 400 million. But what's the use of having $400 million and you crash out? And now you're going to be in the same prison as a lot of other dudes that crashed out that had money. This the saddest part about Diddy. Y'all ready? He's not even big for the most part. He's not even crash. He didn't even crash out about money. I mean, they trying to say that since he used the money for paper play, that means that it was business ventures. They try to be slick with the money part and just kind of like he was laundering, he was racketeering, and there was drugs and. I don't buy all that. I really think Diddy was a dude that really made his money, that hook or crook. But he was a stupid dude on this end. That's how I look at Diddy. Just a stupid dude in real. Okay, here we go. You know how we say some people are book smart but not street smarts? You know how we always say, man, I got a partner, man, or I got a female friend, man. She book smart, but she don't know how to pick a good man for nothing. You got some people that are book smart, but when it comes to the streets of life, they smart enough to make money. They smart enough to do this, to do that. But when it comes to the streets of life, they crash out. It ain't got nothing to do with their money. That's the sad part about Diddy, R. Kelly, and all these other dudes that be crashed. Robin Williams, that delete themselves. That's the sad part. It don't be like they didn't make all this money. And then when they crash out, it's never got anything to do with their money. So now you worth $500 million, but you're going to be in federal prison and your commissary going to be $200 a month, just like everybody else's commissary. That's how it works in the feds. You ain't got no special commissary for multi-millionaires. Diddy going to be buying the same ramen noodle soup and Doritos as the rest of us. Diddy, there is no special commissary just because you're worth $500 million. That's the sad part. Everything that every dude they got locked up in federal prison, you gonna get the same thing. You gonna get the same plastic spoon to eat with. You gonna eat off the same tray. You gonna have to go and work get up in the morning and go to work in the same fields, because a lot of times they have us working in the fields. Or you're gonna be working for the companies like Unicor in assembling stuff. Diddy's gonna have the same federal prison job with the beige outfit on that I had on for 10 years. Even though he worth $500 million. That's the crash out part. You got money, but you weren't at peace. Because if he was at peace, he would have set his butt down, man, and just enjoyed him. Why couldn't he did it like Leonardo DiCaprio? If you want to act a fool, let me take it overseas. Why he had to crash out on Cassie all the time? That's the part that got me. All the stuff that Diddy did over the years in his life had nothing to do with making money. Had nothing to do with making money, man. That's the set. Shout out to man Mike being in the building. Dread Mike and DJ Davis representing. He says still a target as a black man, as a black dude, even when you have money in the States. Some dudes make themselves targets though. I understand we as black. I agree with you that we as black men know that we got a target on our back when we wake up in the morning and yawn. If you live in the States or in Canada, UK, certain parts of the world, right? I got you on that one. But since we know it and we still act, this man knew, like any black man, any day he got a target on his back. And yet in 30 years, he was able to accomplish $1 billion with a target on his back, right? Just like the rest of them. And yet the dude still crashed out as if Diddy is going out. Remember we used to use the term, you going out like a crackhead. Remember that term was out like back in the 2000s, 90s? Man, you acting like a crackhead about this stuff, man. You going out like a crackhead. Is Diddy not going out like a crackhead that was incarcerated for selling crack across state lines? So if you're a crack, just a regular crackhead, you get caught selling crack across state lines, that's federal, even though you're a crackhead. It's not state anymore because you cross state lines. I mean, you are a strung out crackhead and you was working for somebody, right? And they took you to one city and then they took you to another city, one state to another state. That is federal. There are a lot of dudes in there who were fighting their drug addictions because they were doing drugs or selling drugs across state lines, even though they weren't big people. You're going to be in jail with them dudes. Dudes that were like nothing in life, that never used their life for anything. You used 30 years of your life to build yourself to $1 billion, and you had kids. You got a family that depends on you. And what do, Diddy? You went out like a crackhead. Went out like a crackhead because your ego. You could have did all that crazy stuff. You could have went ahead like what's his name? Johnny Depp, bought you a little island. It could have been called Freak Off Island. Got all your freak off in the jungles of your own island. Came back to the States when nobody knew nothing. As long as you ain't had nobody underage there, you good. As long as it was just grown folks there, you good. What does he do? Take the party from the Hamptons to LA. Like they really ain't gonna be looking at you in LA. That was about as dumb as Epstein when he took the party from when he had his spots in Europe and Epstein Island, and he brought it to Florida and started bringing them underage girls and everything to Florida. Dude, what are you doing? I don't condone any of this. Don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying is these dudes crashing out, and it ain't got nothing with how they made their money. That's the sad part. 30 years, 40 years of making money, putting yourself in a position that many of us dream to be in, just to crash out as if you're a broke crackhead. Because that's how they're gonna play Diddy. Diddy gonna be chained up on that airplane, the club fed airplane. He gonna be on that chain. That's how they do you. He gonna have shackles on. He gonna have that beige, the beige. They gonna fly him to El Reno, Oklahoma, because that's where they ship you. Usually, that's where they ship you to, El Reno, Oklahoma. And that's where you get shipped out to whatever federal prison you're gonna be at. Diddy would not be in New York. He won't be somewhere in New York where he can see his family. No, they don't start like that. They ship you like to Georgia, or they ship you like to Texas somewhere. And you gotta, it took them 3-4 years just to get back to their home state. That's how the feds work. You don't automatically say, well, I'm put in for a transfer and I want to transfer back to where I live in St. Louis, and the closest place is Lexington, Kentucky. If Lexington, Kentucky's prison is full, you can get shipped, but it won't be shipped back home to Lexington, Kentucky, because there's not enough room for you to be in that particular prison, even though your family is in St. Louis, and that might be the closest federal prison, or to Terre Haute, Indiana. You might think that's the closest one, but let's say Terre Haute and Lexington are full. You want to put in for a transfer, but you can't. You can't get into your family. It takes some dudes 2, 3, 4 years into their bid before they even get close to home. In my 10 years, it took me seven years to get to Detroit, to get to Milan, Michigan. That's the federal prison outside of Detroit. And outside of Detroit, Ypsilanti area, Milan, small area, really nice people. But it took me 7 years to get to Milan, Michigan. I had transferred to 7 spots. I was a passport bro back in the day. I transferred to 7 spots just to get to Milan, Michigan. By the time, true story, by the time I got to Milan, Michigan, all the people that I wanted to see, family members and all that, they had gone on with their lives in 7 years. My sister got married, had kids. My brother had moved on. My brothers and sisters and mom had moved to Cleveland at that time period. All my aunties and cousins and them, everybody had moved on with their lives. They were married. They had life had changed in that 7 years. So by the time I even got to Michigan, to anybody that didn't want to see me, it was too late. I was yesterday's news in my family. Dude, when I got out, I went to church with my mom one day. True story. Went to church with my mom. Do you know half my aunties didn't even recognize me? I'm sitting right next to them in the pew, just talking. And one of my aunties said, I'll never forget this, shout out to Lula. She said, well, how's Andre doing? And they said it in a mocking way. Check it out. My mom said she was trying to be slick and trying to be nosy, as if you were still in prison, because everybody knew you was in prison. She said, Lula turned to me and was like, well, how's Andre doing? The bad one, the black sheep doing. And then she turned back around and she said, I don't know who that young man is that's speaking up there in place of the pastor, but man, he is very good. Wow, it is amazing the things that he's saying, blah, 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 right? My mom said, she said, I just quietly leaned over and I whispered in my sister's ear. She said, Andre's doing fine. She said, you know that young man that's up there speaking right now? She said, yeah. She said, that's Andre. I'm standing up speaking in front of my family, and half of them ain't recognize me. That's how long Diddy gonna be gone. And mine was just 10 years. Mine was just 10 years. Can you imagine doing 20, 25, 30 years? You know how much life technology is gonna pass by, move forward? Dude, I went in with cassettes. I got out with CDs. I went in heavy dilly dilly dee dee. I got out Cash Money Millionaire, the block is hot. Life moves on. And it's sad that these dudes have lost everything. They gained the money. That's what Jesus said. What is it that you gain the whole world and lose your soul? Shout out to you guys being here. Don Cornelius. Yep. Good point. I was just reading it or watching his documentary. Don Cornelius deleted himself after creating Soul Train, after changing so many lives, after having a record label that gave us Shalimar and all these other performers, and deleted himself. Yep. Jay Anderson, shout out to you. Salute to you as well. The great is in the building. Shout out to you. Appreciate you too, brother. Cardi B is crashing out now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Money and fame looking like a dangerous game. It can be. It could be some people that are rich and that you don't know anything about them. They just live regular lives. He say no. He said, I'm not taking the $25 million if I can't travel overseas. Shout out to my man Mike in the building once again. Yeah. Let me scroll down. Yes, sir. I-460 65 coming down from Fort Wayne all the way to 465 go all the way to, you could really ride 465 all the way to the top of Indiana, because I used to drive from Cleveland 80-90 Turnpike. I would take, it would go, all you Ohio players, I'd take 80-90 Turnpike and I would drive it heading west like I'm heading towards Chicago. Once I got to Toledo, I would take I-24. I-24 takes you all the way through Toledo. All you Toledo dudes know what I'm talking about. From I-24, I would take 465 from Ohio all the way through Fort Wayne. And if I'm not stopping in the fort, I'm shooting straight down to Indy, shooting straight down 465. Shout out to you dudes. I'm a driving dude, man. I kid you not, man. I think the longest I've driven was 24 hours from Fort Wayne to Miami. Yeah, he said the cost of living in Florida cheap or expensive. It's expensive. It used to be stable. Now it's expensive in Florida now. Even though you don't have any taxes to pay, it's so many people moving to Florida that makes it more money. Remember what inflation is? Inflation is when you have all this money but not enough product. So inflation is taking place in Florida. They can't keep enough on the shelves because so many people are moving to Florida from states that do pay taxes. That's what's making Florida expensive. Let me scroll down and make sure I got everybody, because I want to get into the video too. That's another point. Dred say, and I know how to make money. So if I'm in the States or if I'm out of the States. Jay says this. Shout out to Jay being in the building. Jay says, I feel rich in Colombia. He said, I don't want to be in the States. Eventually, I will have to go outside. Yep, eventually. That especially you guys that travel already, you're going to be like, man, do I really want to be back in the States? I would feel, I kid you not, for me to go back to the States full time, I would feel like I was back in the feds. I would feel like I was back in federal prison, even though I've learned my lesson. Remember I told you guys the other day, I learned my lesson about doing crimes. I learned my lesson about that, hey, moving K's, moving them kilos is not a good thing. All them shootouts, not a good thing. Breaking in people's houses, not a good thing. I learned my lesson right around year 3, right? And then it took me a couple more years to learn that it ain't good for nobody, right? Because after you learn the lesson for you sit back and think that, hey, it's cool if you out there hustling. So I didn't have a problem with somebody else out there in the streets making money and destroying the community. It took me a couple more years to like year 4, year 5 to realize like, man, no, none of us should be out here destroying our communities, right? And so I'm mature, I'm grown, I'm in school, finishing off my bachelor's, right? And while I was in the feds, you know, your at that time period before they took college out of the feds, you could get your master's. You get your master's in the Fed easily for free. So a lot of us were in school because the local colleges of that city, the professors would come to the prison and actually hold class just like they would at the campus, at the college campuses. I kid you not, in the feds, it was no different than being at a college campus when it came to your professors. You had homework they were expected on a certain day. If they can't, they weren't taking no excuses. They kept you up on the latest technology and ideas and business and so forth and so forth. So it was just like being in school, right? Even after doing all that, get my bachelor's, all that, right? I still had 3 to 4 more years to go. So even though I learned my lesson, I changed my life, still had more time to go. That's how I would feel if I had to stay in the States for the rest of my life. I would feel like, okay, cool. I built my life. I got a nice house. I did this. I did that. Damn. Now I'm 62. If I live to 87, I'm thinking like, man, I got another 25 more year bit. Even though I done bought the house, got the girlfriend or the wifey, I got the, finally had a kid, I done saw my family, and saw my family that, visit my mama grave and all that stuff, right? Made new friends. I'm still thinking to myself, like, when I accomplished all that stuff in the feds, I still had 3 years to go. Even though I accomplished all that stuff in the States by 62, and if I live to be 87, I still got 25 more years in this motherfucker. I can't go nowhere out the States for 25 years. I gotta go to all 50 of these motherfuckers. I visited Wyoming already. I've been to the Dakotas already. I've already saw the Grand Canyon 3 times. It's only so much you can see. Okay, I've been to Hawaii 3 times. Like, damn. Now I'm 60. Now I'm 64. 66, 67. I've visited all 50 states by 67. I'm still stuck in this motherfucker for another 20 years between 67 and 87. 20 years I gotta eat this food. 20 more years I gotta deal with these politicians, this law, the police brutality, kids being deleted in schools, unhealthy food. Everything is ultra expensive. Half the money are gone just from daily expenses. I gotta pay a staff for this. Even though I'm making money in investments, I gotta pay ultra tax. I'm still stuck in this money for 20 more years. Just because I said I wanted the 10 million. What was I thinking? I can't even, the part that will hurt me the most is everything that I've acquired with the 10 million. I can't even take one dime of it with me. I can take my memories with me. Me and God gonna talk about it on the other side of life. Me and God will sit back and talk about the memories, but none of the money. I sat back and gave him my passport for all the stuff I can't even take with me anyway. And half the stuff I won't be able to enjoy once I get to my 70s anyway. I'm not driving a Ferrari when I'm 70. I might drive a little pickup truck or something, be happy. So I sat up here and bust my butt to have this great Ferrari collection. Knowing my favorite truck is my F-150. And my favorite vehicle is my F-150. And I still got 15 more years to be stuck in this. Everybody has died off. My sister has passed on. My brother's passed on. Mom is already gone. Grandma and granddad already passed on. Cousins and cool people I was cool with. Friends have passed on. I'm still alive and I'm only 77. I got 10 more years to be stuck in this. I got me a young girl like I'm Bill Belichick. I still got 5 to 7 years left. This is a long bit. I thought that 10 years was something. 25 years incarcerated in the States and I can't go nowhere. after all the places I've seen around the world, all the things, I gotta pretend like I never ate those foods, never met those people, never enjoyed those ladies, never heard that music before, never saw those buildings and that architecture and that structure and the seven wonders of the world. Never went to Peru like my boy Zay and saw the Rainbow Mountains. Never went to Brazil like some of you guys saw and saw Christ the Redeemer. Never went to Cali and saw Crystal Ray, the giant statue of Christ. I gotta pretend like none of that happened. All the adventures in Cancun and Playa, I gotta pretend all that didn't happen. I didn't see the pyramids in Mexico. I gotta pretend like I didn't see the pyramids in Egypt, because I will never be able to go see those again. Never. I'll never be able to go to Australia. I'll never be able to go to China. I'll never be able to go to Japan. I can't go to the Philippines again. No more going to Paris and eating that wonderful food that they got in Paris and Italy. I can't enjoy the houses and the beauty of the homes in the Netherlands. I can't go party and have fun in Austria. I can't go to Afro beats in Portugal with all my African brothers and sisters. I can't go to Rio, Salvador. Ain't no more Spanish and Venezuelans outside the United States. They bougie in the States. Colombian women bougie in the States. They know how good they look. They don't act like the Colombians and the Venezuelans in Colombia. The Brazilians, even though when they in Florida, they act bougie when they in Florida. So now I got to pay. I got to really pay. And I still got to be in this country another 10 years. I ain't nowhere near death. Man, listen. Y'all already know what my answer. I guess y'all know what my answer would be. He said the words of Black Ram in Mr. Limber channel. Less is more. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Let me scroll down towards the bottom. Make sure I didn't miss anybody, because we want to get to the video. You guys are better than me. He said, Andre, that J curve applies to anything that you do in life. Absolutely correct. Actually, in the book, there's a chapter dedicated to the J curve. When you get ready to relocate to another country, I know what it's like to start your J of travel. I have a whole chapter dedicated to the J curve in the book. All you guys that own the book, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Because I know when you first move to a new country, you drop. You don't know the language like you really should. You haven't really met anybody like you really want to. You haven't all the networking you need to learn. There is a grocery store for tourists, but now you got to find out where the locals go, what grocery store, what fruit markets. You're used to eating American seafoods, but there are a whole large selection of seafoods in your new country that you can enjoy. You got to learn all that. If you decide to drive like me, you got to learn how to drive or ride a bike like some of you guys do when you're in the Philippines, enjoying your scooters or your bikes. All that learn the J curve. And some of it can be lonely. You could get bored if you don't realize that that's supposed to happen. That learning process, when you move to another country, it's supposed to happen. Don't run from it, because if you go to another country, it's the same J. If you go to another, if I move back to the United States, I got a J curve. I've been gone too long. I'm not even gonna pretend like I know about the United States. I'm not gonna fake it. I don't know, dude. I told y'all yesterday, I have not listened to an American full from beginning to the end. New American song. It's got to be something that's like super viral. I've probably listened to, maybe I could say in the last 10 years. Last 9 years I've been gone. Maybe I can calculate that I've listened to a song from the beginning to the end, and it came out in the last 8 years. Maybe 20 songs. I haven't heard a whole Beyonce song, in forever. Literally. I haven't heard a whole Chris Brown song. A lot of times I'll find out about songs through social media. Like it's the latest TikTok song, or it's the latest, it's the song that everybody's doing the latest TikTok dance to. Or if I'm watching a football game or a basketball game, they'll play the latest song in the background before the commercial comes on. That's a lot of times, that's how I find out about a song. I find out about a song when it's already went viral in the United States and it's on this downcline. Then all of a sudden I'll find out. I don't have time to put my mind and wrap it around the United States and yet enjoy all these other countries. I'm not doing that at the same time. I learned that in the feds. I learned not to have an umbilical cord to the States. A lot of dudes in the feds will be on the phone. We used to call that the umbilical cord, because dudes used to always be on the phone trying to live their life, scold their kids, phone sex with their girlfriend or wife, making business deals. So a lot of dudes will be up there on the phone for 3-4 hours a day. We'll be like, dude, you could try it. You could your first couple months, and when you're in jail, you could try to make it into an umbilical cord, but you can't, bro. You can't live, in the feds, we call it the bricks. I don't know if they said in the States, but in the feds, we call it, you can't live on the bricks. We also call it the real world. You can't live out there in the real world, man, and be in here, man. That's going to mess your bid up. That's going to mess your time up, because it's going to mess with your head. If you worried about what your girl, the phones go off at 10 o'clock. The club don't start jumping where your girl and her girls are going until 12:30. You all in your bunk in your mind. Your mind is being tore up because you're trying to keep that umbilical cord. So I learned when I was in the feds, I cut the umbilical cord short. So I wasn't on the phone all the time, man. I might be on the dude, I kid you not. I might get on that phone maybe once a month, if that. Just to check in and let somebody know Andre is still around. Other than that, man was maybe sending out some letters every once in a while to family members. But other than that, I cut that umbilical cord to the streets. I cut that off. I'm the same way when it comes to the States. You see what I'm saying? I got that same subconscious habit that when I left the United States, I cut it short. That's why I can't tell you nothing about the States. So if I were to move back to the States, man, I got to go through a J curve. The restaurants that was on that particular street ain't there no more. They'll build a whole new building. If I go back to that city, I remember when I first got out, I know I'm sounding like I'm rambling, guys, but this is important. When I first got out, I went back to Mac and Alta Road. Mac and Alta Road. You Detroit dudes know that Mac and Alta Road back in the day was dangerous. All them streets was bad. Bruh, I call myself going back to just to see what the old hood looks like. Bruh, I went back to my old neighborhood off Mac and Alta Road area and went a couple blocks down to where all my friends and their families live. All those houses had been torn down. And dude, you would have thought not one crime had ever happened in the history of Detroit on those streets. I mean, they were blocks, all those houses. Dude, I kid you not, what I did, I literally had to look up at the street sign to make sure I was on the right street, that I wasn't crazy. I said, I know this is, and all I did was laugh inside myself. I just stood there and I kind of like shook my head laughing like, man, life does go on without you, Dre. Life goes on. They've torn down one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in Detroit and revamped it as if nothing ever happened. And so the United States that I lived in does not exist. Just like the United States that I left when I was in the feds. When I got out, it didn't exist anymore. Wasn't nobody riding around in Jimmys and Blazers anymore. When I went to jail, dudes had Jimmys and Blazers, right? Everybody was driving them a Blazer or a Jimmy. I come home, it's Yukons, Suburbans, Escalades. You see what I'm saying? Life goes on. Life goes on. And that's why I never shout to my man Twan in the building. That's why you guys never see me talk about the United States as far as like, oh, I miss her or something's bad. I really give you, when I talk, I talk by trying to give you guys a choice. When you hear me talk about the States, remember this, guys. We're going to get started with the video in a second. Whenever I talk about the United States, I love the United States. I love my people there. I love being raised there. I love the American drive. I love no country that I've been to. People have more drive than people in the United States. We can see something that's invisible and make it visible to where other people, other countries I've gone to, they're happy with life as it is. That's not America. America's like, listen, we could take this and put it on another level. I love that about us. I really do. But I'm not naive to not acknowledging that America will move on without you, Andre. It's just part of life. It moves on without me. I'm not mad at America for that. Spice Rock, yep, that's a good one. Thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much, Tori. Appreciate that. Yeah. He said, I'm not taking the cash. Happiness is more important than the money. Spice Rock. Oh, it's night vision. Okay, thank you very much. It's Spice Bomb night vision. Yeah, the infrared is 87 because it's a smaller bottle. I think that's why it's 87. The bottle is a little bit smaller. It's just as good. And the formula is basically the same. It's just a little bit more stronger. But I haven't smelled the night vision yet, the green one. Thank you, brother. Shout out to man Zay. I was just talking about you. He said you would be a big giant target if you had that cash. He said plus you'd be stuck in the States. He said I'd rather live a normal life traveling. Man, I've been looking at your videos and your photos in Peru, man. And I be thinking to myself, this is what it's all about. This right here, what this brother is doing, late 20s, early 30s, this is what all this is about. This travel is about. It's about discovering foods. It's about when you went to the Rainbow Mountain and you were like, man, this air is thin up here. But you was there to enjoy one of the few spots that most brothers will never get a chance to actually be in Peru. And right there with a Rainbow Mountain, it's not a photo that you saw. You're actually there. Machu Picchu, Couscous. I mean, dude, you out there doing it, man. Doing it. Sheldon, the blind traveler, the same thing. I can't go, man. I did one bit in the States. I can't do another one. I did one bit. I gave the States, the United States 10 years in the feds. I can't do another one, dog. I can't volunteer to be locked up in the United States for 10 years, dog. I know it's 50 states. I was in the feds and I traveled. Remember I said I broke my bid up by transferring to different spots. I went to 10 prisons. Bruh. I can't do another bit in the States. I'm sorry. I can't do another one. I ain't got it in me. He said you can't hide from a woman. A woman can smell money miles away. Absolutely correct. Tori says, he said, Guy, the group said it first. Yep. Dumb Diddy. Seriously. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to my man Jay Carson being in the building. Or Casson being in the building. Shout out to Jay Casson. He say 1 million. Yeah, EPD. Oh yeah, the one. Oh yeah, that 1 million elixir. That's the one lately, like the last year and a half. That's the one the dude's been bowing down to. That elixir. That the 1 million lucky has always been a great one. But that's a flanker. Now that's a perfect example of a flanker. You got the original 1 million. You got 1 million EDP, the next one. You got 1 million Parfum, the next one. 1 million Lucky, the next one. And then you got 1 million Elixir. Each one of those are a flanker of the original. So when you guys hear me use the term flanker, or when you hear YouTubers say flanker, that means that it's all under the same family, even though the makers may have 15 different types of colognes that they have. But under that 1 million umbrella, all those are under the umbrella of 1 million. Yeah, that's going to be one of my next ones too. That 1 million elixir. I've been hearing too many good things about that elixir. I've smelled it a couple times. It really is good. Shout out to my man Marco. Marco says this. He says that's what it's all. He said that's what it all starts from. The Suiting Liquor Company suite or stunt. Shout out to you, brother. Let me scroll down. Let me just scroll down and make sure I just got everybody because I'm reading all the comments. But shout out to my man Aiken in the building. Salute to you, kind sir. Salute to you, as well as Black Lex in the building. 69, yes sir. Right, yes sir. Montreal says this. He said, "Have you had a run in with Big Meech or White Boy Rick back in the day? In the 80s? No. But I was in jail with the Chamber Brothers. For you guys who don't know who the Chamber Brothers are, the Chamber Brothers are the guys that they made the movie in the book New Jack City about. The Chamber Brothers were the part that what's the brother name? The actor. I'm having a brain cramp now. Wesley Snipes. The Chamber Brothers and that whole crew are the original that Wesley Snipes and them were doing the idea from, because they tried to. The way he wrote the book, he wrote it as if New Jack City was New York, but actually New Jack City is Detroit. Detroit is New Jack City. Everything you saw in there was actually what happened. The cut-up girls, if you're from Detroit, everybody knows a cut-up girl. When we was kids, cut-up girls had the scooters. A cut-up girl was the girl that was after school. They would, like in the movie New Jack City, try to make it seem like young, hot chicks, right? Actually, cut-up girls were girls that, because these dudes had so much drugs, they needed somebody to cut up the drugs. So after school, the girls that were 17, 18, 19, 20, they would go to the building. Yes, that part is true. They had their own buildings. And one of them was a cut-up building where the girls would cut up and bag the drugs. And yes, they would have to get naked. All that stuff was true. Everything that you saw on that part of New Jack City was true. I was in jail with the Chamber Brothers. Here's the funny part. Them brothers don't look as cool as Wesley Snipes and the rest of them guys, right? They about this tall. Anybody know the Chamber Brothers? They're about this tall, dog. Them dudes like 5'5", 5'6". It was 1, 2, 3 brothers, and one and the other brother that was in there with us was he wasn't even really in it. He ended up getting fed times because they had bought some gifts for him, which made him part of the conspiracy. Meaning their brothers, even though they were the drug dealers, I think they bought him a car or something. And since they bought him that car, that put him in part of the conspiracy. And he was just nothing but a mailman. He was just a regular mail dude, and he ended up getting quite a few times because the Chamber Brothers were getting their drugs from AR. They were originally from Arkansas, and so they would drive or have people ride the Greyhounds back and forth from Arkansas and bringing the drugs up to Detroit, and then distributing all around the Midwest. So New Jack City was true, but they didn't. They tried to make it seem like they were cool. So you had the Chamber Brothers, you had White Boy Rick in Detroit, you had Young Boys Incorporated, YBI, and YBI were dudes were actually kids that created their own drug empire, and you had to be under 18 because at that time in the state of Michigan, if a child was if a drug dealer was under 18, he couldn't be charged as an adult. So basically, they was just letting the kids go that same day. Parents would come get them. Boy, come on, boy, stop selling them drugs, and they would go back to the streets. And that's what they called a Young Boy Incorporated, because everybody basically in the group, except for maybe a couple people, were under the age of 18. So they never were getting locked up. And so you had White Boy Rick doing his thing. Who else you had? You had Fats. Fats was out there doing his thing. You had Maserati Rick. Come on, Detroit. Stand up. Maserati Rick. Big Meech. So yeah, that being raised in the 80s, man, Detroit, East Side, West Side, you was raised with all these major players, man. Before even went major in a lot of other states, it was already kind of like a big thing in Detroit. And most of these guys have had movies made about them. Oh, you had Best Friends. Best Friends were just assassins. Them dudes were just, you a drug dealer. This dude owes you $100,000 because you done gave him so many cakes. And you know what I mean by cakes, right? Kilos. And so these were like enforcers. Let's put it like this. And so you would somebody owe you. So best friends, them dudes would be like, listen, we'll get you 100,000 back, but we want 40. What choice do you have? You either delete the dude or you get your 100,000 and you only get 60, but you would have got nothing if you just deleted the dude. And so that's what they were into. They were into like, they would be either robbing a dealer or they would be the hired, the John Wicks, if you will. That's what best friends were. And I was locked up with some of them dudes. And you think I got stories. Them dudes got stories, true street stories. Shout out to them brothers. That's my man Andrew Craig is in the building. He said planning to travel more next year. He said, I can't live in the States. Can't do it. Can't coach them. Can't work with them. Can't coach them. Yeah, he said Florida has a hidden tax that they don't talk about. Yeah, man. You think that you're getting away with it in Florida, man? Then, man, next thing you know, you pay him more than you thought. Shout out to my man T-Mac once again in the building. Appreciate you here. Appreciate you being here. He said, Zay said, my father is stuck in the States. He's almost 70, owes about $400,000 in child support. Dad, back in back taxes. Exactly why I'll never try to start a family in the States. That's, man, let's all look and learn. Let's all look and learn. He also said, be careful, Andre. You have been gone so long, ICE might mistake you for a Colombian. Absolutely correct. I think about that all the time, gentlemen. All the time. I'm going back to the Black Minister for the Black Minister Conclave in September. Shout out to all you guys that'll be there. But I do think about, whenever I go to Miami, I get pulled over. Whenever I go to Miami, man, as soon as I get ready to go through immigration, you stand over here. There'd be like 15 of us that they tell, stand over here. Why was you out of the States for so long? Blah, 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 blah. And I tell them, and then I show them the YouTube channel and the whole thing. And they're like, okay, cool. And I tell them, hey, y'all need to subscribe. You better pull your cell phones out. You pull me to the side, I'm pulling you to the side. They go through all my clothes, and then they let me go. I've gone through that, being inspected 5 times. I was so surprised in Houston they didn't. Dude, I was extremely surprised. Dude didn't even look up. He was like, okay. Bam, hit me with the stamp and kept on walking. Dude, I paused. As if like, is that it? And then I just kept my mouth shut and kept on walking. That's how often I get pulled over in the States. I always expect it. It's nothing new. It's nothing new, man. Aiken said this. He said, most people will take the deal here because they don't see themselves being caught in a trap called Babylon. Absolutely correct. Good point. And my man Zero in the building. Hola, hola, hola. Shout out to you being here, brother, as well. Let me scroll up and make sure I didn't miss anybody. The super chats. I know Jay said this. He said, being rich is a mindset. That's a good point, Jay. He said, being wealthy is a mindset. He said, I'm building forever. He said, I'm building for forever. Absolutely correct. And Timothy says this with the $10 love. Shout out to you, Jay, with the $5 love. He said, Andre, I'd like to suggest a movie. Pen in hand, I'm ready. Suggest a movie Man, that's a good one. I'm gonna download that one tonight. I'm gonna download that one tonight. I liked Blue Hill Avenue more than I like New Jack City. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This suggestion. Somebody suggested J.D. Walker the other day. And somebody suggested a Shogun and Meteor Man. That'll be a good one. Oh, I know what we're doing this weekend. We're doing Hollywood Shuffle. Boy, Richie Mack was young. Man, Richie was young in that movie. We're doing Hollywood Shuffle, and we're doing the seven Grandmasters. That's what we're doing. Hollywood Shuffle and the 7 Grandmaster. And what we didn't know, check this out. We were watching Cooley High last Saturday. I didn't know, maybe you guys knew, that Robert Townsend was in Cooley High. I did not know that. We're all watching Cooley High, and we're watching them at when they were at the basketball court in the gym in school. And we're looking at the 3 dudes just playing, playing with the basketball, and we looking like, wait a minute, that's Robert Townsend. And so one of the guys from Chicago explained to us that Robert Townsend is originally from Chicago, not California. Like Richie Mack is originally from Chicago, not California. And that's one of Richie's mentors in the acting game. He said this is a real life movie like New Jack. Yes, I like that one better. I like that one way better than New Jack. We also got Cotton Comes to Harlem. We got that one coming down the turnpike. Movie for Rumble Night. So make sure you guys subscribe to Rumble. I'm going to be dropping the link. But let's get started with make sure I didn't miss anybody. And let's get started with the video. Chapo Man Chalupe in the building. Right, he said he told Robert Hauser, he said, I got something special coming up. Huh? I'm making whole cakes. Because hoes got to eat too. Robert Townsend was skipping off at work. Shout out to my man G Taylor in the building. Salute to you as well, man. We're about to get started with the video. We pull that up for us, gentlemen. Let me change the music for us. Let me change the music. In this episode, I will be shutting up for the most part because the people are going to tell it all. Oh, I love that. That's so smooth. I got that from Epidemic Sounds. Just in case you guys ever wonder where I get my music from, Epidemic Sounds. Let's see. The video pulled up and we are good.
Offered you $1 million to move back and stay in the US for the rest of your life, would you take it?
1 million? No.
2 million.
No, not for the rest of my life.
3 million.
Huh?
3 million.
Now remember, this Jabril from Passport Heavy. Jabril finally lost weight, man. You can tell he been working out. Jabril used to be a little thicker than that. Not heavy, but just a lot thicker. He used to always talk about, man, I'm working on losing this weight. I'm going to finally lose this weight. And years go by and he didn't. But now he finally went on ahead and did what he needs to do. Now that he's been living outside the States full time in Africa and Belize. So they're asking him. Like I said, this guy is a guy that he's on a level in marketing that I could see somebody offering him 10 or 15 or 20 million dollars to come back and do what he does in the area of marketing. He's really good at what he does. And so when they ask him, it's not far-fetched. He's not just a regular dude. It's not far-fetched. So I'm going to bring it back to the beginning. And now you know who he is. Jabril and his YouTube channel is called Passport Heavy. Shout out to this brother.
If the US offered you $1 million to move back and stay in the US for the rest of your life, would you take it?
1 million? No.
2 million.
No, not for the rest of my life.
3 million.
Huh?
3 million.
No.
10 million.
Not for the rest of my life, no.
15 million.
No.
25 million.
No.
50 million.
No.
75 million.
No, like, I really value my freedom, but, I mean, if you came with, if you, like, I really, like, honest to God, like, if I think about how much life I have and how much I enjoy the world, no, life's great. Like I wouldn't, to be just in the United States for the rest of my life, I don't think I would be happy if I had to spend my whole life. Like, I love it. I love the United States. I love America. Like, if you're like, hey, spend
And he's from Chicago, by the way.
8 months and you're gonna buy me 150 mil, I'm taking it. Like, I love America, but the rest of my life, hell no. Like, no.
Yeah, epidemic sound, Carson.
You sure?
I mean,
100% sure. On my children.
epidemic
People
sound.
always ask, Eddie, you've been living
Oh,
in
what's the name of
Africa
the
now
song?
for over a year. When do you plan on coming back to the United States to live? And the honest answer is, I don't. I have no plan or desire to return to the United States to live full time. And here are 3 reasons why. In the countries that I like and the countries that I live in, my money goes farther. And I can tell you for a fact, based off my experience living on a continent, America's overpriced. And so why would I go back to a place to spend more money when I don't have to? Reason number 2, I have far more freedom here. You would think in a land...
The song that's playing, you could go to Epidemic Sounds, and they make songs for YouTubers and content creators, but they make the best of the best. And they have the best of the best performers and artists from around the world that makes the songs. The song that's playing now for you guys, this jazz song that's playing right now, is called Just One of Those Things by Victor somebody. I can't see the full name, but it's called Just One of Those Things. And all you got to do is just go to Epidemic Sounds and put in the title. And that's what this song is called.
Where their motto is land of the free and home of the brave, you would actually have freedom. But I've never experienced freedom like I have here on the continent. The 3rd reason is culture. Here, traditional values still matter. Modesty matters. Family matters. Religion plays a large portion of the day-to-day life in the culture here in Egypt. Those are just 3 of the reasons why I have no plans or desires to live back in the United States. Now, with that being said, I've been living overseas for the last 15 months. If you're curious about how I forced to do that at 22 years old without working a job, click the link in my bio.
No. It's too ghetto for me. The States are ratchet, okay? And growing up, I thought a lot of things were normal until I moved out, okay? Like garbage lined up in the street in New York City, for me, growing up was normal. When I came and I saw how clean Dubai is, how safe it is, I was like, wow, you don't have to live like that. And so when it comes to like moving back to the States, no, the quality of life here in Dubai is way better.
We're not meant to live like this, part 2.
If you haven't already seen that video, please go check it out, because what he is saying in this video is absolutely true. And one of the reasons why we decided to leave the US to live in Greece. The biggest thing that creator is talking about is that we are so disconnected and more anxious and more depressed than ever before, because we are no longer living in spaces where we are connected to the land and being a part of community. When we were living full-time in the US, I literally did not know my neighbors. And here, I can't even walk to the grocery store without seeing somebody I know.
Oh, yeah.
We live on a very small Greek island, and everybody kind of knows everybody in some way, shape, or form. In just the short time that we've been here, we have made so many friends. We've created community around us. We know our neighbors. Like just last night, our neighbors invited us over to their house, and it was not planned. And we just had dessert and we had wine, and we were over there for like 2 hours. They sent us home with food and toys for our daughter. I mean, just so kind. They even let us know if we needed anything or if we had an emergency, like we could call on them. because they know that we're here without our family. And the sense of community and collaborativeness is just something that we don't really get to see or even experience in the United States. And I'm so glad that I get to raise my daughter around kind people like this, and in such a wonderful and welcoming community. Leaving the US was seriously one of the best things that we could have ever done for our family, and honestly for my mental health. So if you're feeling the same way, please make sure to click the link in my profile. It'll take you to my ebook, which is just $7, by the way, and it will teach you everything that you need to know on how to leave the US in 6 months or less. And be sure to follow for more.
Let me tell you one of the most difficult parts about being an American in the UK, and no, it's not the weather. It's going grocery shopping. So I am used to the American way, which has, we just pipe up our food with loads of preservatives. Not that great for you, but it makes life a little bit easier. The jury's still out on that. Here, they don't have as many preservatives in their food, which means that when you go to the grocery store, you need to eat that food within the next 2 to 3 days. For example, these tomatoes that I'm dicing up, perfect time. I got them like 3 days ago. I'm super excited to have them with a salad for dinner. This bread, I got this bread from the grocery store like the day before I got the tomatoes, so 4 days ago. I literally have mold on.
That's how your bread should be. Let's go back.
We just pipe up our food with loads of preservatives. Not that great for you, but it makes life a little bit easier. The jury's still out on that. Here, they don't have as many preservatives in their food, which means that when you go to the grocery store, you need to eat that food within the next 2 to 3 days. For example, these tomatoes that I'm dicing up, perfect time. I got them like 3 days ago. I'm super excited to have them with a salad for dinner. This bread, I got this bread from the grocery store like the day before I got the tomatoes, so 4 days ago.
That's how you should have your bread. With mold, Dre? No, not with mold. But it should be a bread that has so little preservatives in it. If you don't eat it, it shows you that it naturally ages. Andrea goes to the store. I would easily say, and I mean this, she goes to the store for us, and I'm talking about for years, at least 3 times a week. Everything is so fresh. It's you buy it, you cook it. 3 days later, you go back to the store, you buy it. Like in the States, what's one of the familiar things that we do in the States? We can go to the grocery store for 2 weeks or for a month because we know that bread is not going to go in. It's got so many preservatives in there, it's not going to go bad. Certain meats aren't going to go bad. Certain other items that we have are not going to go bad because they got so many preservatives in there. In other countries, such as Colombia, such as where she is, that bread is going to mold. It's supposed to. It's supposed to age. Natural foods are supposed to age. And that's how you know in many cases that foods are healthier because they don't have things in them such as preservatives. Like in the United States, for example, and I'm going to stop with this. A lot of us don't know one of the preservatives that they put in ice cream in the United States is embalming fluid. Yeah, I'm talking about the same embalming fluid they use when people die. How do you think ice cream stays in the freezer like forever and a day in the States? And then eventually it goes bad. The embalming fluid. Do your research. Okay, why do you think there's a difference between really healthy organic ice cream now and the regular ice cream that we grew up on from Dairy Queen or from McDonald's or from our grocery store, or, different type of ice cream brands out there? The embalming fluid that's in ice cream. That's why ice cream can last the way that it does in the United States. It's not like that in other countries. They make that ice cream and it is actually used within the day or two, and then they make a fresh batch of ice cream after that. That's why when you come to Colombia and you guys are sitting back thinking like the yogurt, speaking of Greece, the yogurt is different. Completely different. Dude, I never told y'all this. I finally got a chance to see what Colombian milk looks like and smells like when it goes bad. Because Colombian milk doesn't have all the preservatives in it, so it lasts forever. Finally got a bag, because it comes in bags, of a Colombian milk that went bad. Opened it up, no smell. As I pour it out, it was nothing but cottage cheese. That was it. None of that spoiled milk smell, none of that. It just turned into what milk is supposed to turn into. Cottage cheese on its way to butter. Literally. I have never seen, in my 9 years here, I've never seen what spoiled milk, but it takes forever for their milk to spoil. And you keep it on the shelf or on top of a refrigerator. You don't have to put it into your refrigerator until you need it in the fridge. I'll say this again. In most countries, you get the milk off the shelf. In the States and in Canada, you got all the preservatives and all that crazy stuff, pasteurized and all that stuff inside of the milk. And you have to put it in a refrigerator. And they have to keep it in a Dude, I have not bought milk out of the refrigerator in forever. You refrigerate it when you get it home. And then they come in small, separate bags. Yeah. The eggs, unless we want the eggs to be cold, we keep the eggs on top of the refrigerator. Whole 24. We'll buy two. Andrea go every other day and get us, because we like eating the eggs. Get two big containers of like the 24. We'll have 48 eggs, in other words. The brown eggs, the super healthy in the States. The brown eggs with the orange yolk. See, in the United States, the yolk is yellow. In most countries, the yolk is orange. And we'll keep that right on top of the refrigerator. Eggs be so fresh, a lot of times they still got the bird's feather on it. A lot of times. Still got the hen's feathers right on the shell. Food is made to be eaten, not preserved for a month or two. In most countries, there is no way in the world that you can come back 2-3 months and call yourself trying to eat that food. Even chocolates, dude. Even chocolate, like a chocolate candy bar sometime. If you don't eat that candy bar, bro, that candy bar will age, dog. A week later, you think that candy bar was sitting around for months. No, it hadn't. It's only been sitting around for a couple weeks. You just hadn't eaten it. Cookies. Man, you know how many times I've had to throw away some cookies because we forgot those cookies were in there? Cookies don't be sitting around like for what? For months? Nah, bro, it don't work like that. It don't work like that. Yeah, it's completely different, man. Let's go back to the video. What the sister is saying is 100% correct.
I literally have mold on my bread within 4 days. Like, it's crazy to me because now I've wasted half a loaf of bread. And I'm just like, oh, I have to make sure that and I hate wasting food. I absolutely hate it. But it's something that has actually made me be a bit more proactive with my groceries, because every month I was wasting so much food, so much money. And it's actually something that's super difficult for me, and I'm still working through it. So if you're interested in moving to the UK, make sure that you plan your meals out and you eat your food quickly. Otherwise, it's going to spoil.
When it comes to the American dream, I feel that I lived it, and it's literally the reason that I left. We were in our 3-story townhome. We had the trucks. I was in my big girl corporate 6-figure job. We had the things, and it wasn't a dream. It was more of like a fuzz, really.
32-year-old Bianca Lynch is a full-time digital nomad from North Carolina. While she's always wanted travel to be a part of her life, after the results of the 2024 election, she says she's making it permanent.
They're poisoning the blood of our country. They're coming into our country from Africa, from Asia, all over the world.
It's very, very hard for us to see ourselves coming back and being in this country, having to be around that many people who felt that is someone who needs to be in power.
We've been following this trend of young people who don't see a future in this country. Before the election, you might remember our reporting about Gen Z Americans who felt like the American dream was out of reach.
I think the past 5 months where I hit 500 job applications, I got so depressed because I blamed myself.
And they said they were so exhausted by politics, they didn't even vote.
It's hard to change, but it's sometimes harder to stay where you're at.
Now, after the election, they're not alone in looking to leave the country. Google searches for digital nomad visas, how to move to Canada, and best countries to move to all peaked the day after the election and have since come back down, but still a striking shift.
I would say that right now, since the election, the biggest trend is people looking for a plan B.
In 2022, Jen Barnett founded Expats to help fellow Americans travel and move abroad. She left America after the 2016 election.
Our site really first took off when Roe versus Wade was overturned.
Jen says her site saw 10 months worth of traffic in the 2 weeks after the election, and the top reasons people say they want to leave has changed. With 72% of visitors to their website citing the U.S. being too conservative as the reason they want to move, which she says is a 30% increase from before the election.
You know, some people who maybe don't agree with the president-elect saying, now is not the time to give up. It's time to invest. It's time to stay here. It's time to focus on our community. With you leaving, someone with that mindset might be like, are you giving up?
Oh, that's fair. I mean, I would honestly just ask the question, is it worth it to you to fight the fight? Do you have that fight in you? Because honestly, I don't have it. Instead of trying to change an entire country, when I can simply remove myself and go somewhere else and by default be happier, I'm choosing peace.
Do you think there's any circumstances where you could see yourself coming back to the U.S.? Let's say in 4 years, there's another president that you do agree with.
The election was not the only reason that we decided to leave the country. Even under people who are not Trump, American culture is still American culture. It's still the rat race. It's very hard to imagine coming back after experiencing something way better.
Here's the real tea about moving abroad, and I've talked about this before. My first 6 months of living in Cairo, I was depressed. Starting off with being by myself and leaving everything that I knew. I had culture shock. Things were very different. And mind you, I wasn't just sitting in the house. I was trying new things. I went and got scuba diving certifications. The day after I landed, I got a job teaching literature at an international high school. My 11th graders loved me. They taught me the language. They would take me to the movies. We would go out to eat. And to this very day, they're grown adults. I'm still connected with some of my former students. And when I go to Egypt, I visit them. But it is not easy to leave everything that you know and everyone that you know. It's hard learning languages, getting accustomed to cultures that are outside of yours, building community. But it is absolutely possible. Black Americans are on every corner of the globe. And when we come together, we absolutely help each other because we understand just how difficult it is to get adjusted in a new country. Y'all see me in the top right corner, but this is literally a picture of me with folks that I met in Chongqing, China at a Friendsgiving. And these two black women right here and right here from Atlanta, Georgia, I'm still connected with to this very day. And that's why I will never demonize anybody who chooses to immigrate into the United States looking for better opportunity. Because migration is a very human thing. And for some of us, we feel like we just have to stay and endure. Absolutely not.
Have y'all been back home?
No, not in 2 years. No. We haven't been back to America in 2 years.
These are young kids too.
Damn. I'm gonna be like y'all when I get older. Like that shit, like
you thought about going home, but
it made me want
traveling is
I ain't gonna say quit, but traveling, like I tell people all the time, you know, when I meet young people who are unsure what they want to do with their life, I tell them, get you a job with the airlines, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when you get the job, just travel the world, and the world is going to show you.
And how long you been working with the airlines?
7 years. I used to own a barbershop in Jersey. I just got tired of, you know, it just, I had a lot going on. And it wasn't, you know what I mean, just like life. You know, I've been a hustler since, you know.
Yeah, we've been go-getters since after college. It was go time. We didn't want to go to work. It was just like.
Yep. I remember these young people when they graduated college, right out of college, they didn't go look for jobs or anything. These young people look for employment opportunities online, and once they got hired, they were gone. I think this couple they've been to like 7 countries. I mean, lived in like 7 countries so far. I've been following them on Instagram for like a year. I mean, great. Just 2 young people, man, just out there doing it, man, since they turned like 21, 22. Yeah.
We went in Birmingham, Alabama, Lawson State. Oh, Lord. Yeah.
Coming from Birmingham, Alabama.
For 2 years. Then we said, forget school. Let's just do whatever we do.
It was his idea to move to Houston.
Oh, y'all from Alabama?
Yeah. Yeah, we left at like, how old were we? 20? 19? 20?
19
Yeah.
years old when they left the States.
By
You
ourselves.
ain't been back home since?
No.
Bro, why would I move back to America?
Before my brother gets started with his energetic rant, let me show you guys something when we were talking about the foods. Okay. This is, for some of you guys who hadn't seen this, this is just a regular container of milk in Colombia. So you can either get this in a huge bag of 6, like we usually get. So you get 6 of these, or you can get just 1 bag at a time. Once you wonder, like, how do you pour it? So you just have a container. When you are, when you're at the store, you just buy a little container. And so you just take your milk and just pour it just like you would pour it just like anything else, right? Right here is some bread that Andrea purchased the other day. It's got raisins and healthy nuts and everything, and it's very soft, man, like Wonder bread used to be. It is a great bread just to have with some coffee. But if we let this bread sit around for a couple of days, it's done. The mold is coming because it doesn't have all those preservatives in it. When it comes to the eggs, like I said, we get the 24 eggs for like $2 and something. In the yolks are orange, and so these don't go in the refrigerator. These go sit on top of the refrigerator in the 24 carton that they come in. So for $2 and something, we get the eggs, the 24 eggs. To where you guys for just 6 or 12, the prices are astronomical. And you got to put yours in the refrigerator. And they have bleached yours white. And you got the yellow yolk, and it's runny. You crack an egg in the United States, that yolk is so easy to split itself. To whereas these eggs, man, you got to purposely break these yolks, or they're not going to break. And so that just goes to show you the difference between the healthier foods. Our cheese that we get, like the Kraft version of cheese in the United States, our cheese only got like 3 to 5, I think it's 3 to 7 ingredients. That's it. That's it. It doesn't have all those 15, 16 ingredients just to make a slice of cheese. So when we say that the healthier food, man, yeah, you can have a 10 million, you can have a 15 million, but you're giving up your health in exchange. You're going to need that 10, 15 million to pay for your medical when you get older. He said, I gave her $300K to make $150K a year just to be a nomad. Shout out to you, brother. That's exactly how you think about it, because that $150K has a buying value, depends on what country he goes in. It has a $400,000, $500,000 buying power. He said that Thai food, I've heard great things about food in Thailand, man. This just Southeast Asia in general. I've heard some great things about the food over there. So yeah, let's get back to the video. I don't want to interrupt you guys too much. I want to hear what my brother has to say. Why should I move back to the States?
Why would I move back to America? My rent $700 a month, my water bill is $3 a month, and my electricity bill is $23 a month. I literally eat for $2. I literally use transportation. I don't have a car. Use transportation for $3, literally to go 30 minutes away somewhere, bro. Why would I move back to America? I don't have a car note. I don't have a high electricity bill. I don't have a high cell phone bill. My cell phone bill in Thailand is literally $10 a month. Bro, I'm financially free. I'm stress free. I don't get depressed. I wake up every day. Oh my God, this is so so beautiful. Like, I love my life in Thailand, bro, because I can finally, for once in my life, get a bang for my buck. For once in my life, I don't have to worry about, oh, I can't afford this, I can't afford this, or I gotta wait till this check, I gotta wait till that check. Like, finally, I'm happy, y'all.
Let that sink in. Let me bring that brother's energy back, man. This brother been going viral just because of his energy. Just because of his energy, man, he been going viral on TikTok. Because everything that he's saying is facts.
Why would I move back to America? My rent $700 a month, my water bill is $3 a month, and my electricity bill is $23 a month. I literally eat for $2. I literally use transportation. I don't have a car. Use transportation for $3, literally to go 30 minutes away somewhere, bro. Why would I move back to America? I don't have a car note. I don't have a high electricity bill. I don't have a high cell phone bill. My cell phone bill in Thailand is literally $10 a month. Bro, I'm financially free. I'm stress-free. I don't get depressed. I wake up every day. Oh my God, this is so beautiful. Like, I love my life in Thailand, bro, because I can finally, for once in my life, get a bang for my buck. For once in my life, I don't have to worry about, oh, I can't afford this, I can't afford this, or I gotta wait till this check, I gotta wait till that check. Like, finally, I'm happy, y'all. That's why I got this smiley face. Finally, why would I move back to America? It just won't make no sense. And what's so funny, gang? I'm just like you. I'm not a millionaire. I'm not up six figures. I'm just like you, bro. I'm just a different poor. And what I mean by a different poor, bro, I'm the poor person that's gonna take the risk. I don't care about the circumstances of me failing. I failed 1,000 times in life. What's gonna hurt for me to fail again? And that's what a lot of people are scared to take risks. A lot of people are afraid of what other people think of them. A lot of people are afraid to fail. Like, bro, I'm gonna fail. That's one thing that I'm gonna do. I'm the best failer in the world. I'm gonna fail because I know this one fail, I'm going to do something again. I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to show God that I'm constantly trying, God. I'm going to show him I'm trying. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sitting around here waiting on you to just give me a blessing, to give me something out of thin air. I'm trying, God. Every day I'm trying. I don't know. I don't have this shit figured out. I need you. I'm trying to figure this shit out. Could you help me? You know what I'm saying? That's my different type of poor. But hey, I wish y'all the best of luck in 2025. And sometimes I get in my feelings. I'm so sorry because I get so passionate about, you know what I'm saying, where I came from in my life. But everybody go check out my YouTube video, subscribe to my YouTube video, and you know what I'm saying, click the link in my bio and watch my full condo tour.
I thought I would fall in love with America and the American dream of like progressing and making something of yourself and feeling proud. I came to the realization recently that I actually didn't want this life. In some ways it's very disappointing, but in other ways I'm very accepting.
Now, this part is about how Gen Z, like we just saw that young couple, how Gen Z is starting to wake up and say, man, I'm out of here. Once they get their education, they're out. And they did an interview with her. This young lady is part of that generation.
Of that dream being dead, and I'm just ready to make new dreams.
Rania Sala is a first-gen American. She was born in Virginia. Her parents are Palestinian and lived in Falls Church, Virginia when they first came to the U.S. She spent her childhood in Jordan before coming back to America when she was 15. Rania attended American University on a full-ride scholarship and graduated in 2022 with a degree in public health. After struggling with job security and her health, she's decided to pack up her entire life and leave the U.S. for good.
I graduated, immediately started working, but I have lupus, so my go was kind of forcibly stopped. I had to quit my job because my lupus was getting really bad, and I worked with a lot of lupus patients, and that was really affecting my mental health.
The United States is kind of the hub of autoimmune disorders. There were 10 many years ago, and just in America, we've developed over 100 kinds.
Wow. Don't let that slide by. America leads because of our food and our stress when it comes to autoimmune disorders. All on the rise. She said we have over 100 in the United States alone. That's crazy.
She shared her story of living with an autoimmune disease on TikTok, and it drew over 2.5 million viewers.
Guys, I kid you not. I went to my rheumatologist today.
He was anticipating that a lot of my stress would go away when I move abroad, and therefore my lupus would get better, and also the quality of food.
He kept saying, I'm so happy for you, I'm so happy for you.
Even with her degree and certifications, Rania said she couldn't land a professional job.
Here I am unemployed, pursuing my master's. I have many certificates aside from my bachelor's degree, and I can't even land like an administrative position.
What made you realize you needed to leave?
I think the past 5 months where I hit 500 job applications.
Let that sink in. Remember what, as I mentioned the other day, your competition when it comes to online jobs is not your fellow Americans, because Americans are competing for jobs that are in America. Remember I said that? That's why she had gone through 500 applications, and yet and still nobody reached out to her for one interview. One of the reasons why is because so many Americans are competing for the same job, because most Americans are not your competition. See, you're applying for jobs that will hire you no matter where you go. You're applying for online jobs that will have you in Qatar. You're applying for contract jobs that'll have you in working for a company. You might be living in Brazil, but you're working for a company in Ireland. You have very little competition among Americans. They don't apply for the jobs that you guys are applying for. They're not trying to get the certifications that you're applying for. None of the things, just like what Theo says, the difference between the blue ocean of jobs and the red ocean. The red ocean is full of blood and everybody's out there trying to get the same jobs. You got to go look for those jobs. In the blue ocean, you get the right certifications, you get the right qualifications, you have all that on LinkedIn, and all of a sudden they're looking out for you. I give you a perfect example outside of certifications. Do you know it? Like I said, I've been here almost 9 years. Do you know I still get job offers as a college recruit, academic college recruiter? I still get job offers for senior positions. Why? And I wonder, like, why my stuff is still on LinkedIn. All of my qualifications are still on my old LinkedIn account. So people are still thinking like, hey, listen, hey, we need a dude like you. To whereas in the red ocean, if I hope I'm saying it correctly, Theo, everybody is trying to go for the same jobs. And that's why she's going through 500 applications. Theo said, wow, I had plenty of degrees. He said, had plenty of degrees and can't be employed. Gen X knew this for 30 years. Absolutely correct. He said, yeah, but if Tony Braxton's wore some clothes for Tony tripping. Between Tony and Holly Berry, man, them old chicks tripping, man. They trying to be young. They putting too much into it, man. She might get her health straight. Yep, for real. I'm just saying. Yes, sir. Timothy says this. Shout to Mello in the building. Timothy says this. He said, like I said earlier, leaving for mental health. The moment that you turn on TV, YouTube, sound pollution, this is true. A lot of guys don't realize how much stressful noise pollution is. I was stressed out doing a conclave, I kid you not, just due to listening to music riding down the street. I'm not used to that anymore. You know, in Colombia, you will hear music at a concert or at the weekend, and people kind of like enjoying the weekend and they got the music going. I'm used to that. I'm used to going to a salsa spot, or I'm used to that. Every blue moon, you'll see a Colombian riding down the street with his music blaring. When I got back to the States in Houston, and we were downtown, every other car, it felt like, was blaring their music as loud as they came, whether it was American music, Mexican music, didn't matter. I was like, man, I said, why are they playing? I did not realize how sensitive my peace had become to loud music banging down the street like I used to do it. I'm not used to that. And it ain't about you old now, Dre. That's what it is. Nah. It's just that I'm not accustomed to America's noise pollution. I'm not accustomed to noise pollution in the sense of sirens. I don't be hearing that all. Every blue moon in Colombia, I hear a siren going down the street. But I don't hear that all the time. So I'm not used to certain noise pollution. I don't listen. In Colombia, people don't talk loud like we Americans do. So I'm not used to that version of noise pollution in a restaurant. I mean, I could go to a restaurant and I can actually hear the lyrics of the song that's playing through the intercoms because people aren't that loud. And it'll be a table of 8 people. I can still hear the music. So the brother is right. He said gender wars, that's another one. Negativity is in your face regardless of algorithm. Correct. He said, dude, you need to tell that to my students since they always super lazy about LinkedIn. You know what? We do need to set that up, Theo. We do need to talk about that. I kid you not. And I mean, it hasn't stopped at all. I get so many offers, so many interview offers, man, year in, year out to this day. If I pulled up my LinkedIn right now, I will have brand new job offers. Brand new job offers. I haven't touched that LinkedIn. Dude, I've gotten, I've gotten, I was about to say that I got phone calls, but I haven't. But I have gotten quite a few from LinkedIn. Quite a few. And I'm thinking to myself like, well, they don't know that I'm out of the country. Andre, don't act like they're supposed to know. You still got your LinkedIn up. Therefore, and you got all the experience, they're seeing that. Therefore, and when it comes to academic college recruiting, it is like that. They try to kind of like purge you from one college. Hey, listen, how much are they paying you? Well, I'll pay you this much. That's usually how it is in that field. He said he ain't lying. I stay in H-Town. Yeah, man. They keep that loud music. I was like, man, dude, why y'all listen to the? And I told you I went back to the States. I was funny style. Why is the music so loud? Mere peasants. He said, Dre, my buddy. He said I'm planning on going to Costa Rica. He said, for my birthday next year. Yes, sir. He said, we want to party and be on the beach in the water. Any recommendations for Costa Rica? What I would do, because I'm going to be setting up in the next couple of weeks, actually. I'm going to be setting up my AI assistance for travel agency. We're going to have a website. You could go there, put in all your information of where you want to go to, and I literally break down the AI is going to automatically break down the itinerary for everything that you want, the costs, locations, best hotels, best place to party, eateries, everything is going to be in there. Everything is going to be in there. We're going to have a travel agency website, setting that up for guys. So, and I've been researching that for a couple years. He said, don't worry, Miami at the conclave, we will give you a nice quiet room. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Yeah. Kid you not, man. There are opportunities out there that guys don't realize. So I'm going to say this again. Your competition is not people in the United States if you aren't applying in the States. If you're applying for companies that will have you either do work online from anywhere in the world, or you're doing contract work where they will fly you out, pay for everything, make sure you have everything that you need, whether it is you are a plumber in Qatar or you are a person that is doing contract work in Philippines, whether you're a person that decides that I want to be teach English in China or whatever it may be, or if you're a person that sat back and said, you know, I want to get my cloud engineering certifications through Theo. I hope Zay and Theo got a chance to connect. Theo, my man Zay, who's in the comment section. I've been reaching out to you in regards to Zay too. He said he was trying to connect with you in regards to getting into your classes and what steps that need to be taken. But you get done with your search with Theo. He walks you through the process of being able to work from anywhere in the world. Most Americans are not your competition. I'm going to say this again. As you apply to other countries, other cities, like I said, that country might be Ireland that hired you, but they're allowing you to work from anywhere in the world. Most Americans ain't applying for no Ireland. Most Americans aren't applying for online work from a country in UK. They don't think like that. You got the upper hand because you literally have individuals, and we're gonna have another facts, Aiken. We're gonna have another live stream coming up in the next few days regarding the online job opportunities. I kid you not, guys, man. Your competition is not the average American. It's not. And that's why when people such as yourself and that young lady discover that, wait a minute, let me apply on a global scale, then the doors start to open. Kid you not. Nothing wrong with applying in the States, but realize you also can apply for companies outside the state. He said, wait, okay. He said, who just wants to know about my class? Zay. Brother Zay, who's in here. I think Zay is in here, still in here now. Because I emailed you about Zay, and this is about a month ago. Me and Zay talked about it again. Hey, Zay, if you're still here, reach out to Theo right here. If you're still here. The brother that I was talking to you about in regards to Peru, that I was just talking about, that brother. Let's get back to the video, gentlemen.
I got so depressed because I blamed myself. I felt valueless. I felt like my existence didn't matter. You know, one day I was just speaking to my father, and he actually suggested, he's like, you're not stuck there. You know that, right?
So where are you going and when will you be moving?
So I am moving next week. I'm going to end up in Qatar. I have my sister there.
Girl,
she moved there a few years ago from London, and her life got...
See, when we talk about online jobs, shout out to her. When we're talking about online jobs or government contract jobs, y'all think about Qatar, y'all think about the Middle East, and y'all only know about the Middle East based off of what you've been told. And then you look at a beautiful city like Qatar. Look at this. Come on, man. Come on, man. You can do contract work. They're paying for everything. You get to stack your money. Oh, man. We doing it wrong in the States. We're doing it wrong.
So much better. She's very, very happy, very financially stable. And so it just seemed like the perfect option. It checked all my boxes.
Rania says it was hard to make ends meet in DC.
Rent is always a huge stressor. My car payments. On a day-to-day, it looks like you're...
Though inflation shows...
Rent is always a huge stressor. My car payment. Rent is always a huge...
Dude, I want y'all to see that. Let's look. The difference between living in Qatar, taking her skills over there, or staying in DC and living like this. And Americans will call her a traitor. Your parents came over here in 1970 something and they work hard so you can go to college. And what do when you get done with college? You leave. You're a traitor. She's probably spoken to her parents already, and her parents probably said, girl, go on back home. Go on back to where we are from. I knew Zero was gonna say something. Mr. DMV. He said she ain't lying. He said I know exactly where she at. I know exactly where she at. She ain't got no china cabinet. She ain't got no 6-foot wooden table in there with 8 chairs. That's her living room, dining room, bedroom. But you know something? I'm going to tell y'all something for real. For real. If I was leaving the States and all I had, I've already packed up everything. And if my lease was up in my nice big spot, that's me. I'll be renting a little spot just like that. If I know that I'm leaving the United States in a couple months, true story. If I'm leaving the United States in a couple months, and if my lease is up in my big condo or big house or big whatever it is, and I already got all my stuff packed and already shipped out, bruh, I'm getting me an efficiency or I'm getting me a studio. Why? I'll be out of here in a couple months anyway. Why should I get another big apartment? I kid you not, I'll be living like this in Florida. Yep, like that in Florida. I kid you not, man. I wouldn't. If I'm going to be in the States, only 2 months left. All my stuff is already shipped out. I don't have to. I'm not signing another lease. So either I'm going to do an Airbnb, or I'm going to go ahead and get a small spot that I can have for a couple months. Yep, that's Theo. Teach cloud engineering certifications in AI, and I'm telling you guys, it's the future. It's not even. Let me stop playing. It's not the future. It's now. It's the now. Cloud engineering and AI, Kubernetes, all that is now. Do not be that American that tries to catch up later on. You're going to be mad at yourself. So when it comes to what Theo is offering, I'm telling you guys, shout out to Chaos Rain in the building. And once again, Black Lex. Let's continue on. Broken, depressed all day. I know exactly what she had.
Rent is always a huge stressor. My car payments. On a day-to-day, it looks like your friend's asking you out to eat and you say, actually, I can't. It's going to the grocery store and looking for the deals.
Though inflation shows signs of cooling, food prices went up 3.3% from May 2023 to May 2024, according to the USDA. Rent has steadily increased since the pandemic. One study by the New York Fed estimates that Gen Zers on average have about $21,000 of student debt. And we just aren't working with the same setup as our parents and grandparents. Incomes have not kept up with home prices.
The American dream as a promise that if you as an individual work hard and you will put all your efforts into making it out in the United States, the outcome is guaranteed. Well, that's not the case. Almost 20% of all immigrants around the world are in the United States.
Batalova says the exact number of Americans living abroad is hard to pin down, but the UN estimates that almost 3 million Americans live in other countries, which is an increase of over 1.2 million people since the 90s. Rania says she'll be keeping her American citizenship and will continue to pay taxes. But while she still has the right to vote, she's not planning on it.
I think
Rania will not be paying taxes. Rania will be filing taxes. Yep, AI is now. Rania will be like the rest of us. Perfect example. Our taxes are due on the 16th of this month. Yours were due in April. My taxes are due June 16th every year. Why? We get an automatic 2-month extension. We get an automatic 2-month extension. And if, let's say I didn't feel like filing by June 16th, right? So you file for an extension. That extension can go to October 15th, 16th. Let's say I didn't feel like applying or filing October because my Colombian taxes come around that time period. So I didn't feel like doing taxes both months. You can apply for an extension to December 15th for the 2024 taxes. Why? Because as an expat, 98% of us don't owe back taxes. Why? Because our first initial tax, there's a form, the tax excursion or the tax exemption we get this year is $126,500. So when I say that she won't owe any taxes, she'll have to file, according to your passport, line 4 or line D, you must file your taxes. Yes, but 98% of us don't owe taxes. What do I mean? 98% of Americans that live outside the United States don't cross the threshold of $126,000 to owe taxes. You see what I'm saying? 98% of us are like 70, 80, maybe 110, 30,000 a year, 50,000 a year. Most of us don't need 126,500 in another country. So that's why expats don't owe taxes. We have to file the forms. On top of that, 126,000, we get an 18% of this cost of living. What do I mean? You know how the military get a cost of living increase, Social Security get a cost of living increase, we get one too. That is, I get a tax break for the rent. I get a tax break for any new equipment that I've used, any new software I've used to purchase to make the book, all that. I get a tax, all this tax break. Any of you guys that go to a school to another country, you get to put that on your taxes. So not only do we get the 126,500, we get 18% of that. Just for your home, just for my car, all that other stuff, all that is tax deductible. I'm not talking about just for business. I'm talking about just a regular everyday expat. Then on top of that 18% of the 126,000, if that's not enough of a tax break, if you're going to school, you get another tax break. And then we get another tax break for everyday purchases. So if that purchase was taxed, let's say you came to Colombia, your VAT tax. A lot of guys don't know about the VAT tax. If you came to Colombia, as long as you kept your receipt and it went to a certain amount, I believe. That certain amount, let's say you came to Colombia, you spent, let's say $1,000. There's a VAT tax form that you fill out when you go back to the States. You fill that form out and you get that money back, the taxes that you paid. So let's say you came to Colombia and you spent $1,000, but in all it was actually $900. But the $100 equated in taxes from restaurants to everything else that you purchase, shoes, whatever, right? You get that $100 back. Colombia and the United States have a treaty, just like the United States and other countries have a treaty. Is not double taxation. You can't get taxed when you purchase something in another country and then get taxed on your money in the States. So you can have something called a VAT tax. In other words, you get a refund. So if what you purchased, like I said in this example, what you purchased was $900, but it had a $100 tax that made it $1,000. Once you get back to the States, you fill out your VAT tax form. Even Colombia has that. We talk about this during the consultations all the time. Even Colombia has that, to where even before you get on the plane at the airport in Europe, in a lot of countries, it's in the airport. They even got kiosks now. Even in Europe, when Andre and I were in Europe, Andre bought a purse, right? It was on sale from, it was like I forget that brand that women like, but it was on sale from like $5.99 and it was on sale for like $400, $450, right? And that included tax. They had a kiosk already in there in that mall that as soon as Andrea purchased it, she went over there and they walked her through the VAT tax form. So Andrea got like $75, $80 back right then and there. Well, you get that benefit also when you file your taxes as an expat. You see, that's why you guys always hear me talk about tax breaks on tax breaks on tax breaks on tax breaks. That's why now you understand a little bit why 98% of us don't owe back taxes. We have to file the forms, but by the time you get done with all these tax breaks, you don't owe nothing. That's what she's going to go through. she's going to be able to take advantage of all the tax breaks that she'll be able to get, like I just described, just because she left the United States, just because she moved as a U.S. citizen, just because she moved outside the United States. You have to be out of the United States 330 days of the year in order to qualify. There are two qualifications. The one is you out of the country, and I forget how the other qualification works. It's like, I think it's like if your business or where you work for is out of the, I forget how the second one works. The first one I definitely know is if you're out of the country 330 days of the year, like me, Ace Live, Check and Effect, a bunch of other dudes. If we're out of the country 330 days a year, you are eligible for the $126,500 tax exemption or excursion. Next, and it goes up every year. Next year is going to be $130,000. So when I file for my 2025 taxes, as long as I don't go over the threshold of $130,000, all the money for the year is free, literally free. Yep. He said my 133 days will be satisfied next week. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to Dollars in the building. Shout out to you. He said, shout out to Love Crossing Borders. Theo's class is excelente. He said, I'm learning so much. He said, extremely excited for the future. And that will be even brighter. Thanks, Theo. Yes, sir. And Global Homie in the building. Shout out to both of you gentlemen. Both of you guys are here. We're going to get back to the video. He said we all got super focused when Andre was breaking down the taxes. He said I got quiet and in here. He said it got quiet in here real quick. While you guys watch the video, I'm going to pull some of that part up. The taxes that I was just describing. I'm going to pull that up so we can watch, so I can show you what I'm talking about as far as U.S. citizens tax breaks. And then our tax date as well. So while we watch the video, I'm going to pull that up. So let me get back to the video. He said we're doing a live stream tomorrow on contracting. Yes, sir. Or government contracting. Yes, sir. On Friday. Well, actually, it's on Friday. It's going to be on Friday. We're going to be doing that one. Shout out to Freedom. Let me scroll down. So guys, make sure you're here on Friday because we're going to be doing that. Freedom going to be here. Free Gamer's going to be here. Ransom. Ronin Travels is going to be here. And we're going to just walk through. And any of you guys that have, I'm going to try to get a couple other brothers that have actually done government contracts as well to actually come on board and talk about what steps they took, how was it being in other countries, how was the vacation time? Because for a lot of us, it's nervous. It's one thing to go to these countries as a vacationer. It's another thing to go to these countries and you're actually working there, but you're making USD. I'm doing it at the same time I usually do at 7:30, actually 8:30 Eastern. So make sure you bring your notes. I'm going to be dropping a lot of links. Some of these links are going to be familiar to some of you guys, and some of these links are going to be brand new. So I'm going to be dropping a lot of links. And we have, which has been around for like 6 months, we actually have a WhatsApp group of the remote workers and for remote jobs. So those guys are dropping all type of links. So on Friday, I'm also going to ask you guys to send me an email with your WhatsApp phone number. That's on Friday. Don't do it now. So I can get you into that WhatsApp group. It's about 60, 50 dudes in the group. And they just keep dropping stuff. Keep dropping more and more and more and more and more. So when they find something, they drop it. And so everybody's helping each other find the online work. Yeah, 8:30, correct. 8:30. You said you're 8 hours ahead. So that should be what time for you? He said, yeah, I need to join that WhatsApp group. Yeah. Yep. So on Friday during the show, I'm going to give you guys, our regular email. And as you guys email me, I'm going to be adding you guys to the group. So like I said, we started it last time, like 6 months ago when we did this presentation. And man, guys came in droves, and we right out the gate it was about 40 dudes. And so now it's 3 p.m. Okay, cool, perfect, gamer. Perfect. That is perfectly. How you join is like I said on Friday. I'm going to give you guys my regular email, and all you need to do is already be on WhatsApp, or set yourself up on WhatsApp if you're not on WhatsApp, and then send me your phone number, and so I can just add you to the group. There's no cost or nothing. It's just I just add you to the group, and this is what I normally do, right? You know, you guys who know how WhatsApp works, you know how WhatsApp works. When you first come into a group, all the information that happened prior to, you don't get a chance to see, do you? You just get a chance to see all the information or any messages after. Well, this weekend, once I get all you guys in, because I know a lot of you guys will be sending me emails, like this weekend, like on late Saturday or Sunday, like we're watching a movie on Saturday, I'm going to take all the information from the group for the last 6 months, and I'm going to put it as if it was just dropped into the WhatsApp group. So I'm going to take all the good information and move it down to the bottom for all you new dudes that haven't had a chance to see all the opportunities that are out there that these guys have seen over the last 6 months. So that's why I said on Friday, make sure you guys email me with your phone number. That's all you got to do. Just email me with your phone number on Friday. I'm going to share my phone number throughout my email throughout the. It's just going to be adding you guys to the group, and then once I get most of you guys in the group, then I'm going to move all the information to the bottom in the WhatsApp group. He said, "Do the streams would be?" He said that the stream would be Saturday. It would be Saturday for him. Yep, if he's 8 hours ahead of us, it would be Saturday. He says the WhatsApp group is a WhatsApp group that I'm already in, or a different one. Are you a global homie? Are you in the remote WhatsApp group? Because we have one called and you should be able to pull this up. Okay, Theo, I got you. Oh, I got you. You took the link that you just sent me for individuals like Zay and others. If they want to sign up for your courses, they need to go to the Black Manosphere link. Is that what you mean, Theo? Let me know. Oh, you're already in the mastermind group. Yeah, you need to be put into the. Send me a message, global homie. Yeah, remote. It's called Remote and Contract Employment Group, and it is 59. You have 60 members. 60 members in that group. Yeah, I got to reach out to Aaron too. Yeah, like Bobby Coltrane is in there. Brand Quiet Storm is in there. Who else is in there? Corey. Quite a few dudes in there. Of course, Jay Fleming's in there. My Uncle Jeffrey's in there. My man Kenny Peoples in there. Kings and Dreams is already in the group. Mr. O, he's already in there. Ronin Travelers, he's in there. Uriah, Victor. So he has quite a few guys off in there. So 60 guys off in there. My on WhatsApp, just hit me up on WhatsApp and I'll get you in the group. Since you're already in the other group, since you're already in Columbia Masterminds group, just hit me up. You don't even have to email me. Just hit me up on WhatsApp and just say, "Hey, Dre, global homie, put me in the other. If you don't mind, put me in the other group." So I'll do that for you tonight. He said they need that link if they want to join the class. Okay, cool. So I'll post that while we're watching the video. I'll take it and I'll email it to myself and I'll post it right here. Is that what you want me to do also? And also give it to Zay, Theo? Because I could post it right here and I could give it directly to Zay. So let me know if you want me to do both. Yeah, that's the same one. It's called the Remote and Contract Employment Group. That's what it's called. He said, Andre, I just sent you a follow-up email of my up-and-coming consultation. Okay, cool, perfect. Are we talking about the dogs? Shout out to Chewbacca and his sidekick. Shout out to Chewbacca. Let's go back to the video, guys. But we're gonna have a good one Friday, guys. We're gonna have a good one Friday. Let's continue on right here.
American politics is a joke. Even if I had stayed, I wouldn't have voted in that election either. I think we're seeing that no matter.
Hey Jay, which link? Let me know what you're talking about. Now remember, guys. Remember, Friday we're going to be doing all the stuff that I just described. So Friday I'm going to give you guys my email. Friday you guys just email like we did last time. For you guys that weren't here, all we did was on that day as we were talking about different. There's so many links we're going to share. Guys, you're going to need a pen, and you're going to be doing a lot of cutting and pasting and emailing yourself on Friday. Because there's so many links that we're going to be sharing, so much we're going to be talking about on Friday when it comes to government contracting and online jobs. So we just spent like 3 hours just making sure everybody had everything that they want, answering questions, make sure everything was well taken care of. And the other thing is, what's the other thing that I want to mention? Oh, basically what I was just saying, while we're doing everything that we're doing on Friday, we're also going to, I'm just going to give you guys my email. Send me your phone number. That's all I need for you to send me is your phone number. If you are already on WhatsApp, you can send me your phone number. I can also send you an invitation to join WhatsApp, but you got to download the WhatsApp app, right? Because most of the world uses WhatsApp. So download the WhatsApp app unless you live in Asia. And then make sure your phone number is connected. So as soon as I got your phone number, I can connect you into the group. But if you don't even have WhatsApp downloaded, because most Americans don't know about that. Okay, there you go, Free Gamer. Right, if you don't have WhatsApp, you won't be able to get into the group. And I would like guys like Free Gamer to be in the group because guys have questions. Like they'll have a bunch of questions for you, Free Gamer, while the live stream is going on. You're answering all these questions. But when you're in the group, now they can really take their time and ask even more questions, whether it be Saturday or whether they remember a question for you on Monday. Why? Because now all you guys are in the group. And my man, Ja, who was, any of you guys that remember Ja, I might reach out to Ja, come to think of it, to see if I can get him to come on Friday as well. He's worked in Qatar. And he's been government contract work around the world since 2011. So he's in the group. So all these guys that have experience, such as Ronan, such as Free Gamer, these are the type of guys I want to have to kind of be able to answer questions as well as glean. You know, these guys are going to be gleaning information from the group, but also because they have so much experience and their boots on the ground when it comes to government contracting as well as remote work, like Theo and others. These are the guys that I want to be able to be able to have access to. And what's the best way to do it? Having a WhatsApp group. And so that's what we're going to be doing on Friday. Zeta say I got WhatsApp. I got to tap in. Yeah, it's Friday. We're not going to do it. Don't send me any emails now, my friends. Hey, Dre, I'm going to just send you my email in advance. No. Okay? On Friday. We're going to do it all on Friday, guys. I got your back. I kid you not. I got your back. We're going to have some fun like we did last time. I'm excited. Shout out to you guys. Let me make sure I got everybody. And shout out to my man T-Mac with the love on, with the $10 love. Appreciate you, brother. And shout out to my man James Wingate III the other day. Send us $2 love over on the on PayPal. I mean, not on PayPal, but on Cash App. Appreciate you guys. I really do. Shout out to you, gentlemen. And while we're watching the video, I'm gonna. No
matter which party is in power, no matter which face it is, it's kind of the same system.
Do you think there are any rights that you'll be giving up once you move to Qatar?
On the outside, it might seem like I am giving up my right to the democracy and to that kind of freedom, to say whatever I want, to do whatever I want. I think we have the illusion of freedom in America. I am going to a semi-conservative monarchy. That being said, I am happy to give up my right to vote as a trade for a significantly better quality of life. I'm so lucky and privileged, and I will repeat this because I know a lot of people don't have the opportunity to just pick up and go. I do.
If you're an American, here's why you should get out now and move abroad. I moved out of the US in 2021 to Dubai, and now I live in Belgium. And it was the best decision I've ever made. Here are 5 reasons why you should consider moving abroad too. Number 1, low crime rate. According to the Global Peace Index, Europe is the most safest continent in the world. Belgium is actually ranked number 16, while the US is 132 out of 163 countries. Since I moved to peaceful countries like the UAE and safer and happier every day with no stress of crime or violence. Number 2, quality of life. Most Europeans prioritize family, nature, lifestyle, and healthy eating. Traveling is not just a luxury, it's a lifestyle. While in America, the quality of life can often feel difficulty with rising crimes, constant stress, and worries about safety, inflation, making everyday life seem stressful and exhausting for most people. 3, free or universal healthcare. America has the worst healthcare system in the world, while nearly all European countries either have free or universal healthcare. Number 4, strict gun control laws. Many European countries have strict gun control laws, resulting in lower rates of gun-related violence. Compared to America, there has been more mass shootings than days in 2024. Number 5, healthy foods. 80% of the food you eat in America is slowly killing you. From the ultra-processed, extra fat, sugars, chemicals, and now even lab-grown meat. And there are hundreds of foods that are sold in America but are banned in other European countries because of all the health issues it can cause. While countries in Europe emphasize on fresh and locally sourced ingredients with minimal processing and fewer additives. Save and follow for part 2.
The second reason on why I'll never move back to the US, and that is plain and simple, we just have a better life in the Philippines. In almost all areas and aspects, whether it be financially, socially, or in experiences, our quality of life is better in the Philippines. I distinctly remember when I told one of my classmates that we'll be moving to the Philippines, his response was, "Why would you do that? It's a third world country." And I get it, the Philippines does get a bad rep as its entirety being either just concrete jungle or impoverished makeshift houses. But what most don't actually see is a place that we chose to live in, Bonifacio Global City. This city, just like a select few other cities in the Philippines, would be considered in the upper echelons of zip codes within the country.
In 90 days, I'm leaving America for good and moving to Southeast Asia. Here's 3 reasons why. Reason number 1, affordability. I love America, but it has become so much more expensive over the last couple of years. If you factor in rent, groceries, and all of those other expenses, you're going to break the bank just to...
Hey, Aiken, correct me if I'm wrong. 11 to 2, correct? Let me know if I'm correct that we're in agreement with 11 to 2. Shout out to you, Aiken.
get by. My rent in America is $1,500 right now, and in a Southeast Asian country like the Philippines, the amount I pay in rent in the US would cover almost 90% of my monthly expenses. Reason number 2, culture. Everything is so polarizing in the US, from politics to relationships and everything in between. It just seems like everyone's being put against each other. When I'm in the Philippines, things are so chill and the culture feels so different. Reason number 3, peace and safety. I'll be honest, as a Black American, I've never felt unsafe while traveling abroad. However, there are a couple of times where I felt unsafe in America, and the Philippines is a complete 180. Now, I'm not saying you're never gonna run across bad people, but most of the people that I've come across were just friendly locals. But would you move to the Philippines? If so, let me know in the comment section below. And before you go, did you know that...
Fuck no! Alright, freestyle, off the dome answer so you know it's real. Like, we're always gonna be like expat, travel-minded person, but that doesn't mean like that we won't, when we're rich enough to do it, buy a crib there or have a vacation home there. Like, I think if you ask most, you know, location independent minded professionals, entrepreneurs, like, we want to make enough money where we can have a vacation crib anywhere or be wherever you want, whenever you want. So if the time calls, like if I get the call from Hollywood, yo, we want you to be in your own Netflix series or whatever the fuck, I'll be like, fuck yeah, because life is about pursuing what excites you. But what excites us is not America, because we grew up, we did fucking 25 years there, and now we're off to explore the world, and we realize, oh, the fucking other countries are fucking even less square than America, much more free, laid back, specifically Southeast Asia, and you know, you're twice as rich out here automatically just by being here. And so in terms of like settling down and like not traveling and like going back to the regular ass life, that's not a thing. If you had kids, still no. There's so many families out here, like, you know,
That's
there's
true.
kids doesn't change anything. There's great schools in Bali, there's great schools in Phuket, there's great schools everywhere. And Elon Musk is already disrupting the school thing. Like, school sucks. Yeah. And so they're gonna meet all their expat friends. We have plenty of friends that have kids out here. There's plenty of remote families. So that's what, if you have kids.
You know, it's very difficult for Americans who've never left the country or lived outside the country to understand just how insane this country is. I mean, we kind of know, and we on this network remind everyone that it doesn't have to be this way, that people don't live like this. But now Americans living abroad, American expats in different countries are taking to TikTok to air all of the ways that where they live is incredibly different, and all the ways that the almost PTSD or sort of remnants of what it was like to live in the United States, they're carrying that with them into their new homelands. So let's first start with the video that started this trend back in 2021. Take a look.
If you're an American currently living abroad, what is one time that made you realize that America really messed you up? I'll go first.
I live in Warsaw, Poland now, but I always stay in touch with what's happening in the US. And I happened to hear about that Las Vegas shooting when someone opened fire on a bunch of concert goers. And it was very tragic news. But that day, I also went to the movies. So I was already in a kind of weird mental state. And when I left the movies, I got on the tram again in Warsaw, and I saw this guy kind of being sketchy and acting weird in the last seat. And I kept eyeing him the whole time, and he had his jacket open and he was holding something inside. He was hiding it. And I thought, my first American thought was, it's a gun or a knife or some kind of weapon, and I need to move away as soon as possible. So I kept looking at him the whole ride, and then he takes it out, and it was a beer can. He was sipping it and hiding it during the tram ride. That's what happens in Poland, not guns, not knives. And I started crying and laughing at the same time, because that's when I realized, wow, that's messed up.
Before she goes any further, I've gone through that for about, I could say 4 years in Colombia. I thought I heard gunshots in Colombians. Dude, it ain't even got to be 4th of July. Ain't nobody birthday. And it's 4:30 in the morning. Colombians will just firecrackers from out of nowhere. They love firecrackers, dude. They love fireworks. Whole neighborhood, kid you not, whole neighborhoods will chip in on a regular random holiday. Block the streets off, and just for the kids in their neighborhood, just shooting fireworks in the air. But when you're hearing it at 4 o'clock in the morning, you're like, man, it's a shootout out there. Nope. When you listen closely, it ain't nothing but fireworks, M80s, the ones that go boom, M80s. You hear all the same fireworks that you hear in the States, but you're so used to at 4 o'clock in the morning, there must be somebody that it took me a few years to get past that stage. It took me dude, I kid you not. I've been driving to Colombia for 4 to 5 years driving, right? It took me about a year and a half to not look over my shoulder when I saw sirens. If I saw sirens, subconsciously, I was programmed in the United States, no matter what race you are, to look in the rearview mirror and stare and stare. You ain't even looking ahead anymore. You really looking in the rearview mirror while you're driving. I've never been pulled over by a police officer, ever, not once. Actually, 2 times I've been pulled over. 3. One was they were giving everybody that was turning down that street a ticket. They were setting this. It was a setup because they had all the nice trucks and cars were pulled to the side. All them little small cars that you see in Colombia, none of them pulled to the side, but everybody that had a nice vehicle was pulled to the side, right? But the other 2 times were just for fundraisers. The officers pulled me over and said, hey, do you mind donating? We're going to be giving out wheelchairs to kids. And so if you don't mind donating, those are the only 2 times that they pulled me over. They were only they only pulled over the nice vehicles that looked like they had some money. So they pulled us over. It was like, could you be a part of the fundraiser? That happened twice in 4+ years of driving. But it took me a year and a half to get past the sirens. You just don't realize the PTSD that you go through in the United States, dog, until you leave. And you just don't realize how much you programmed to noise pollution. We don't realize how much we're programmed to talk so loud. You don't think you're talking loud when you're in the States. But once you leave, you start to realize we Americans, no matter what race, we talk loud. People can hear us from down the street. We do talk loud, people. So there's a lot of PTSD, a lot of stuff that will stress you out in the States you think will stress you out in another country, and it doesn't. And it doesn't. And you think that it should, but it doesn't. And so I never think about it. Now I'm at the point where we could be out and about coming from a club. I ain't got to worry about the police stopping me. They ain't trying to stop me. They ain't trying to be bothered with us. I've had police look straight at us. They'll be one time we were on a bike and I was dropping off a bunch of you guys. We just coming from the club, and we all live in the same area. So it's like good 6 of us in the car, 6 big black dudes. Police officers just so happen to be riding by, and they slowed their bike down, and I looked at them like, what? I'm thinking like Colombians now. In the States, you like look straight ahead. I'm looking at that. I roll the window down and I just hush. What do you want? That's how Colombians do. What do you want? And they just rolled on off and kept on going. That's it, man. But in your mind, man, you so programmed in the States, man, to think that the rest of the world gonna do you like when it come to race. Racism is everywhere, but it is not promoted and projected the way that it is in the States. Yes, there's a different form of racism in South America when it comes to whitewashing and try to make everybody light skinned. Okay, cool, got you. There's a different type of racism, how they steal the recipes from the black people, and they steal this and the ideas, and they don't have any black people on television, and you rarely see black people in management positions like in the malls or in the stores. I got you. They got their own form of racism that they're working on. and we got to let them work through theirs like we had to work through ours. But that police brutality in the black community, nope. Ain't no cops just running down the streets in Colombia just putting footers on necks. Nope. Nope. I saw police a couple weeks ago. Traffic police pulled a dude over in his car. A brother traffic police officer. You know, Colombians, they pull out their camera for everything like in the States. This Colombian jumped out, started coming out with all type of racial slurs in Spanish and just trying to, the brother just sat back there cool. He said, "Are you done? Because you about to take this ticket." Gave him the ticket. Video goes viral in Cali. The next day, this brother, a traffic cop, is getting an award from the mayor for how cool he handled himself in that situation. What happened to the dude? The video went viral for him too. And his ass got fired. Here in Cali, just last week. Dude tried to snap off on that brother. Brother was like, "Are you done? When you get done talking, you're going to take this damn ticket." And somebody recorded it. And it went viral around Colombia. And that next morning, the mayor had him right in front of everybody. Cameras on the brother. "Thank you for doing your job. We ain't like that down here in Cali. That's some more bun here." The dude, the word had already gotten out. Before that brother walked off the podium, that dude that came at that brother, that Colombian dude that came at that brother, lost his job. And we all know Colombians do their job under contract. And so once you lose that contract, you can't just be running to somebody else and get a contract, because they're going to ask you, how'd you lose your last contract? Just because he wanted to snap off. You don't see that in the States. You don't see a brother had a racial issue happen and win an award from the mayor. That ain't going to happen in the States. I kid y'all not, man. I kid y'all not. That PTSD, when you're American, that's real. That's real. Shout out to my man Buck Travel. Hey, Buck, if you're on WhatsApp, man, shoot me a message or shoot me an email, man. Shoot me an email real quick. A few of us are going to be heading out to Crystal Ray, the statue, this weekend. Saturday morning, we're gonna head to the statue on Saturday morning. So hit me up. He said, I like how you break it down, Dre. He said, that's some bullshit. Yeah, man. This happened just like, man, he fighting so fast. What? Because Colombians like to argue with the cops. That's one thing, just be arguing with a cop. Okay, cool. But you throwing racial slurs and it's going viral? Oh, no, you got to go, bruh. Yeah, you got to go. He said they get rewarded financially for being racist towards black folks in the state. Yeah, seriously. They get hired. If they lose a job in one county, they can go to the next county. He said later, that lady, the white woman, raised over $1 million for calling the black special needs kids a racial slur. I remember that. Just recently happened. Only in this, man, y'all can have all that stress. Let's go back to the video, gentlemen.
Right, that's messed up. She immediately feared for her life. Just guy sipping on a beer. I didn't think that's necessarily what he was gonna reveal out of his jacket. Have you been on public transportation in the United States? Sometimes it's something worse, a lot worse than beer. But a similar experience to an American living in Australia in terms of their fear of gun violence. Take a look.
one of my first couple of weeks here. It was May of 2023, and I don't know why exactly, but some local event thing was shooting off fireworks. You know, in the distance I hear, if you're an American, you sit up straight, you start looking around, and you wait to hear more. Do you hear more fireworks? Or do you hear screams?
So police say at least one of those victims was targeted. That victim is stable at this point. He drove himself here to Temple University Hospital last night, overnight.
Most of these that you're about to sit back and watch have happened over the last 3 months. I think it's just one that you're going to watch right now that happened a little further. Most of what you're about to see now, actually, most of them happened in the last month in the United States.
After 13 bullets went through his windshield. This happened just after 1:30 on the 6300 block of Torresdale Avenue in Tacony. Police say a 21-year-old was dropping someone off when at least one shooter fired 20 rounds, hitting the driver's side windshield of that car.
And we also have some breaking news coming out of Richmond tonight. An 18-year-old man is dead after a shooting Sunday on I-64. Virginia State Police say Nassim Kareem King of Verina was driving when he was shot. The two passengers in his car were not injured. Joel Vasquez has more details on the shooting and how drivers are now reacting to it. He joins us from VSP headquarters.
While people were dancing and having fun to Jason Aldean, shots rang out against the crowd. At first, people thought that something was wrong with the equipment or that there was a shootout on the strip, and it wasn't until Jason Aldean's security rushed him off stage that people realized they were being shot at. Because this documentary is entirely told firsthand through people who survived, and it's all footage that was filmed from that night, you feel like you were a part of this shooting.
There have been more mass shootings in the US this year than days. More than 200 people have been killed in these shootings in 2023. In each of the last 3 years, there have been more than 600 mass shootings. That's almost 2 a day on average. The Gun Violence Archive defines a mass shooting as an incident in which 4 or more people are injured or killed. There was an estimated 390 million guns in circulation in the US in 2018. There's currently around 334 million people in the country. That's more guns than people. Data shows more than 50 people are killed each day by a firearm in the US. The National Rifle Association is the most powerful gun lobby in the United States. And over the last several election cycles, it and other organisations have consistently spent more on pro-gun rights messaging than their rivals in the gun control lobby.
Because that sound is either gunfire or fireworks. And I realized that conditioning in me, it still happens.
So there he is, an expat in Australia, getting pretty emotional about the fact that he was, thinking that this could be gunshots. I mean, I'm also thinking of John veterans, American vets who've been to war, who are also, sort of traumatized, of course, by that, have PTSD. And so when they hear fireworks, are also thinking, what is this? Are these bombs? Are these guns? Is it gunshots, and etc. So it's not just gun violence, though, but thoughts on that?
Yeah, look, it's easy to forget. We report on a lot of these mass shootings at schools, at malls, and all that stuff, at bars, in Vegas, at concerts, churches, everywhere. And eventually the media moves on, but it leaves an entire community, the direct people who are affected by it, those who are worried that they're going to get a call that a loved one is in danger, and those things are scattered across the country, an ever-growing list of those sorts of experiences. And I love that the guy made the video, and it's so raw. I can only imagine how he would be attacked by conservatives for daring to care about needless violence. Right. Like the sort of conservatives who believe that they're the ones who really get what's going on. Everyone else is sheep, but they have been lulled into not caring about constant massacres. Like, they have accepted that these massacres happen. They don't believe that anything should be done about it. And they think that that is the sane response to this bloodshed.
Yeah, and the fact that their countries have been issuing travel warnings to the United States because of the amount of gun violence that we have. We're not making, this is insane. We're not making this up. It's not in our heads. And part of, look, I actually think that gun violence is one of a very good reason to leave this country. A very good reason. As the parent of a little baby who's gonna grow up and go to school. Like, no, I don't want that. And you could say, oh, you live in a blue state. You can say there's stronger gun laws. That's not necessarily true. That's not gonna save you. People like we have open borders. I'd like a wall between states that have lax gun laws and my state, but that's not going to happen. So it goes though beyond just gun violence. This is a great account from someone who's living in the UK and talking about ambulances and her hesitancy to call an ambulance. Take a look.
So I moved to the UK about 10 years ago for university, and literally my very first night there, I was fresh off the plane. It was freshers night, which is like the whole first week of university in the UK. You like go out drinking at like different bars or whatever. And we went out drinking, and this one girl that I was with got so drunk that on the way back home to our student accommodation, she was like, oh, I need to sit down. And she sat down and she just like passed out, and we could not wake her up. Like the girl was just like dead to the world, it seemed like. And immediately the people I was with was like, we need to call an ambulance. And being an American, I was like, we cannot call an ambulance. Like I had just met this girl. I had no idea if she could afford an ambulance. They called an ambulance. The ambulance came. They like checked her out like she was, alive or whatever, and they took her to the hospital. And like they brought me home, they sat me down and they were like, what are you freaking out about? And I explained what I was so worried about, and they were like, ambulances are free, hospitals are free, what is wrong with you?
A lot of my friends ask me, when are you coming back to the US? And I don't really see myself living in the US for a while now. And one of the huge reasons why is last year I broke my nose, and I took an ambulance to the hospital, got a scan, and got it all fixed up, got painkillers, and that ended up costing me about $300. My sister, who lives in Hawaii, got into a car crash and basically went through the same thing. She didn't have any broken bones, but ambulance, painkiller, and she's $8,000 in debt.
7 places with the best healthcare overseas. And due to low medical costs, many foreigners skip health insurance altogether, which is a chief concern for anyone moving abroad. The options I'll show you are practically free. Number 1 is Chitre, Panama. There's a Johns Hopkins partner hospital specializing in heart attacks and heart disease. With or without insurance, treatment is 100% free. They have gold standard doctors, and many are fluent in English.
Okay, so while we're exposing the luxury goods market, let's start exposing the overpriced healthcare market that we have, and I'm gonna tell you guys how to get your healthcare so much cheaper. You don't know, in other countries right now, there is a whole sector of tourism called medical tourism. Just people going to other countries, getting medical care at a fraction of the cost. I went to Albania this summer and I got LASIK eye surgery, and I also got the best dental care of my life. So I'm gonna give you guys a full transparency breakdown of what all the prices were over there. This isn't just limited to medical either. You can, and I did, go get facials, fillers, Botox, your nails done, your hair done, all of it. My LASIK eye surgery was $1,200 compared to what would be $6,000 or $8,000 in America. I went to European Eye Clinic. They were amazing. For dental, I got my teeth cleaned and I got cavities filled. One cavity filled was around $30. Before I knew about any of this, I got a root canal done here in Austin, Texas. It was the worst experience of my life, $4,000. And when I had asked them in Albania what a root canal would be for them, it was around $100. So I messed up. I spent bad money in America.
The 3 best countries for medical tourism, and each has their own specialties. Options in the US or Canada are wait years for care or go $1 million into debt. The options I'll show you practically eliminate the personal indignity of inflation. The second most popular global destination for medical tourism is Mexico, with standard dental procedures 70% less than the US for crowns, dentures, and implants. Patients Beyond Borders compiled a list of medical centers in good standing for Mexico and beyond.
And like, I hadn't realized until that point that healthcare in the UK was completely free.
That's just devastating to me. I mean, I can't say that I have worried about calling 911 or an ambulance on somebody. I mean, I think I have that I would say I'd have that privilege where I would call an ambulance. I would call like the fire department or whomever, a hospital. But the fact that was her immediate reaction. I mean, maybe, John, my first reaction would be, let's get an Uber.
Yeah, it's weird. I've had that conversation. Like I've been a part of that conversation back at college, like a million years ago. It's probably even more expensive now than it was then. But yeah, that's a very real concern, and not just the general healthcare thing, but specifically the ambulance. I know everybody thought like it was actually kind of a deterrent sometimes to going harder because you knew that that would financially break you if you needed to call that. And that's,
oh my God,
it's such a weird way to live. And again, it's another thing that we have just been trained to accept as normal, that other advanced countries can do better, but so many of us have no expectation that our country should ever be as good as them.
Yeah, there's two more, but this one I really, really like. So here is someone talking about the criminal justice system and just like a fun little thought exercise that I think a lot of Americans, we all engage in. Take a look.
I'm an American. I've been living in Europe for about 10 years. I first moved here when I was 23. I moved to Paris without knowing a soul. I had this French boyfriend. I remember there was one time, I think I was with his family, and I said something like, oh, if I could choose any meal for my last meal when if I'm ever on death row, this is the meal I would choose. Like, what would you choose? And it was like, no one had ever had this thought experiment before. In fact, my boyfriend turned to me and he was like, that's the most American sentence I've ever heard. And I totally didn't get why. I had no concept that the death penalty just did not exist anymore in other places.
Yeah, except haven't you seen The Green Mile? Come on, people, Oscar nominated. Probably a lot of winners as well. Anyway, yeah, the last meal on death row is very morbidly specific to the United States. Yeah. Very specific. But the idea of a last meal on Earth, that I think everyone has thought about.
Yeah, I do feel like I get they're not having to think about incarceration the way that we do and capital punishment and all that, but like free your mind creatively. Like you've never thought about the last whatever you would do. There are other ways to die than lethal injection. Start to plan ahead. You never know.
No, but it is true though. It's like an incredible, you do get a last meal. Like that's something that, people who are about to be put to death by the state, which again, what are we, one of 3 countries that still does this?
The 3 most luxurious prisons in the world. The last one will blow your mind. Number 3, Bastøy Prison, Norway. Located on Bastøy Island.
Oh, y'all just gonna love this one.
This prison offers its 115 inmates amenities such as cottages, saunas, and tennis courts. Inmates enjoy working on the prison farm and partake in horseback riding. The philosophy here focuses on rehabilitation through humane.
I want to see if Theo's going to send me another link, or I'm going to look up the Black Manosphere Conclave link as well.
Treatment. With a reoffending rate of only 16%, it's one of the most successful in the world. Number 2, HMP Adderwell, Scotland. This prison treats its 700 inmates with an emphasis on personal development and education. Each cell is equipped with a private shower and flat-screen TV. Inmates have access to a gym, library, and various educational programs. The prison's approach has been linked to lower reoffending rates, highlighting its success. Number 1, Justice Center Leoben, Austria. Designed to house 205 inmates, this prison offers single cells with ensuite bathrooms and kitchenettes. The architecture is modern and transparent, promoting a sense of openness and trust. Inmates have access to sports facilities, a gym, and communal areas. This luxurious environment aims to encourage rehabilitation and respect for the law.
You said you use Google?
Until your court date, this is gonna...
Hey, Tori, could you do me a favor? Could you drop the link that you see over on your Google? Could you drop that in the comments for us? Thanks, Tori.
Be your state, AKA the jail. Hey man, I didn't do it, bro. I didn't do that. Follow me. I didn't do it. This jail right here? Yes, this is jail. What do you mean? Since when was there a fountain in a jail? There's always been fountains in jail. But wait, weren't you saying you weren't the one that did it? Oh no, yeah, I did it. Yeah, I did it. Yeah, I was just joking around, you know what I'm saying, seeing where y'all minds was at. Shout out to that police officer.
This may look like a 5-star hotel, but it's actually a prison in Norway. So this man right here was convicted of killing someone, and this is his cell block, which comes with a full kitchen, a big screen TV, and even his own laundry room.
And do you know what the recidivism rate is in Norway? Only 16%. Do you know what the recidivism rate or return of prisoners in the United States? 85% people go back to jail in the United States. If you've ever been locked up in a county jail, state prison, juvenile center, fed, at one point in time in your life, you have an 85% chance of going back to prison in the United States. To whereas in these countries, with the country club, 16%.
Room. He even gets a key to his own cell. The only rule is that he has to stay there overnight, but the rest of the time he can leave whenever he wants. Inmates also have a regular work week where they work a variety of different jobs from car mechanics to graphic designers. And after work, they can play in one of the badminton, football, or basketball courts. And they do get the weekends off where they can invite their families to stay in a house like this one. And the reason this prison treats inmates so well is because their goal is to turn criminals into good people.
I want to meet prisoners.
Yeah, you want to meet prisoners?
Yeah.
You're meeting one now.
You're a prisoner dressed like this?
Yes.
Welcome to the Norwegian prison system, based on the principle of rehabilitation, not revenge.
So this is the house, and in here is the living room. It's a nice, okay view. And this is my room. It's pretty okay.
We watch TV, we can play bicycle, running, swimming, fishing.
Wait a minute, what do you mean swimming? You can swim to the other side?
That is not allowed. From another side you can swim here, but you cannot swim from here to the other side. Because they call escape.
You're in prison for murder.
Yeah.
You killed somebody.
Yeah.
I can't help but notice that right behind you are a whole bunch of very sharp knives.
Yeah. Yes.
Nobody here is worried about that, or
no? No.
Should I be worried about that?
No.
To say nothing of like so many things like last minute plans, your life not being based around your work. In other countries, people are so much chiller. Like it's not, you never open a conversation with, hey, what do you do? It's like, what do you do? What do you mean? I breathe air, I eat food, get off my sack.
Yeah, I've never had a problem with that. I think a person's like chosen career is a big part of their life. I don't think it has to be unhealthy, but yeah, it's been forever since I spent significant time abroad, so it's hard for me to even remember. But yeah, the food culture, very different. Obviously, work-life balance, very different.
If you're looking to move abroad, these are 7 countries that have the best work-life balance. The Netherlands is known for their work-life balance, and a lot of companies work either 4 days a week or under 30 hours a week. Denmark has coined the term flexicurity, which is job flexibility and job stability. They prioritize being with your family, they prioritize leisure time, and they know that if you're taking care of yourself and your family outside of work, you'll show up to work better. Norway pays 100% for up to 49 weeks of parental leave. There's 10 to 15 days public holiday and a standard of 5 weeks paid vacation.
When I lived in the US, I only had 14 vacation days per year, and I was unofficially on call at my job all the time. So I was shocked when I moved to Europe, Germany specifically, and suddenly had 30 days and no one calling or writing me outside of business hours. What's work-life balance like for other Europeans?
We're still working too much. I work 8 hours, 5 days a week.
For my parents, it's almost more work than life balance. I wish to not turn out that way. I get home early compared to everyone else. At like 1 or 2, I have time to go shopping. I feel like I have a good balance.
I feel like Albanians prioritize more the social life. I've seen both extreme ways, like people who do manage to get a lot of free time, but also people who work during the weekends and check the phone all the time.
What's it like where you live?
In Vietnam, you can work less but live more. What do I mean by this? In Vietnam, they value you spending time with your friends. They value you taking a break and actually being able to enjoy yourself, being able to enjoy the coffee, being able to enjoy, if you have a family, like family time is very important here. Being able to actually, work hard, but take time to really have your body get a rest and rejuvenate for the next shift, and the next day. Vietnam is also a place where,
so in a surprise twist, it looks like Chick-fil-A is no longer the #1 fast food chain in America, according to a poll by USA Today. And who is? Del Taco. It's finally time. Everybody.
I've never heard of Del Taco. Have you guys heard of Del Taco? Is it good? Is it better than Taco Bell? Is it the #1 franchise in the United States? Is Del? I've never heard of that. More than Indian In-N-Out. I never heard of Captain D's. Have you guys heard of Captain D's? In 2024. Yeah, DJ said he don't know. You guys said you don't know either. Okay, supposed to be number one. I guess it depends on the region. Oh, Bobby says better than Taco Bell. Okay. I guess a lot of people do. He says a little better than Taco Bell. Okay, cool. Oh, it's a California. They have them in California. Okay. He said, I have heard of Captain D. I haven't. Wow. You see, when you leave, stuff goes on, life moves on. It's a fish spot. I kind of figured that. I kind of figured that one. He said in Europe, the employees really do care about you and really care about that you get rest and enjoy life outside of work. It's like that here in Colombia, man. They've got even holidays dedicated to your family here. Like it's like family they got one holiday dedicated to family and friends. See, I never heard of trios taco. Wow. He says my ish in Southern California. Okay, Dale. Let them know, Dale. You numero uno for a reason. Numero uno.
Who made fun of us when we said we preferred Del Taco to Taco Bell. Now, Taco Bell has come up in the last few years. It's definitely caught up. I love Taco Bell now, but I've always been team Del Taco, and everybody was just like, Del Taco's trash. Del Taco, it's all about Taco Bell. Del Taco, who even eats there? Me. Okay, I'm super basic there. Hard shell grilled chicken taco with all the hot sauce and all the, the special sauce. I don't like calling anything special sauce, but that is the move. And according to USA Today, it's on top.
America's food is banned in 30 countries. The food is killing people. Oh yeah, it's definitely killing people. If somebody were to buy a bag of Lay's potato chips versus buying it in Europe and look at the ingredients, they're totally different. They will.
That's true. That's true. Bro, when I first had Doritos in Colombia, man, night and day. Night and day. Have you guys tried Doritos in Colombia? Man, they don't taste nothing like the ones in the States. They are lighter, flakier. The ones in the United States are thicker and crunchier. But the ones in Colombia are crunchy, but they're thinner. It's almost like paper thinner. And you taste with the same crunch. And the cheese, completely different. I don't know what they put on their cheese. Completely different than the cheese that you get in a bag of Doritos in the States. Completely different, bro. Yes, sir. Let's go back to the video. Your candy bars, Hershey's is different. A lot of snack stuff is different, man. It's crazy. Lay's potato, yeah. Oh man, yeah. The Lay's potato chips, especially the my favorite ones is the Lay's that's the kettle ones, like the super crunchy ones. Man, I be killing those. Shout out to you, Thelonious. Appreciate you, brother, for the love, man. $5 love. He said more support for the great black male media. Yes, sir. Let's continue on, gentlemen. This is my man, Dr. Bobby Price. Bobby Price was asked one time, and we did a reaction to it. Dr. Bobby Price was asked one time if he had cancer, what would he do? And this brother owns a farm. He owns a literal farm where he's planted some of the healthiest foods and plants that he can find from around the world that would grow in the United States. And he basically lives off of the food off of his own farm. And so they asked Dr. Price, they said, Dr. Price, if you ever got any form of cancer, what would be the first thing that you would do? You know what he said? Leave the United States. He said cancer lives off of stress. He said United States is one of the top stressful countries in the world, and it will feed that cancer. He said, then I tell people I will be getting off of anything that produces sugar, from fruits to certain drinks. He said anything that's a glucose producer, I would get off of that and I would starve my cancer. He said, but the first thing I would do is get out. He said, I can't starve it if it's fed by stress. Cancer is fed by stress, not just by the glucose or the sugar. He said, so the two ways I would starve my cancer is getting out the United States and alleviating anything that has to do with sugar, including fruits. Yeah, no fruits. Yeah, he said no fruits, because fruits do have its own sugar and produce a form of glucose. So he said, I will let anything that has the ability to feed the cancer, I will have to let that go until I'm back on track. He said, Nairobi say the same thing about Doritos. Yeah, man. It's crazy how, man, America gets the trash food. And this American food, this the part that this blows me away the most, man. It is American made food. Hershey candy bars or Lay's potato chips or Doritos or Cheetos. Dude, they literally taste night and day. You can tell which one tastes processed and which one tastes like, even though they both snacks, tastes like it would be a little bit more healthier. The crunch is different. I kid you guys not, man. When you go to other countries, man, it will amaze you how much our food that you would think we should get the healthy version. No, they sell the healthy version of our American branded food to other countries and give us the junk version in the United States. Man, I could imagine how good Hostess was back in the day. Can you imagine getting a Twinkie when you was in Mexico, or a Twinkie in Colombia? How healthy that thing probably tastes. Can you imagine getting a Hostess apple pie or a cherry pie when you was a kid and it was made in another country without all the unnecessary preserve? Man, oh man.
Made the healthier version for another country. There's over 10,000 food chemicals that are allowed in the American population or food system that aren't allowed in other countries. It makes it easier for food companies, gives them longer shelf life because they're putting so many chemicals in it. So anytime we lobby for healthier food choices in our school systems, in our neighborhoods, the food industry is going right behind them with billions and millions of dollars saying, no, we can't do that.
There's a lot of bad stuff about like TikTok and everything, but I like this trend.
Oh, I love. I mean, my latest thing is like moms and dads who are raising kids abroad, and they're comparing how like baby friendly and kid friendly other countries are compared to this country, and I'm like, thank you. Yes, there should be beer in the park. Hello, but I also think it's really interesting to like Americans. Do you think that like Trump voters know we're not the greatest country? Do you think like deep down they know, or they've been trained to like the trash and the violence and the awfulness and the sickness and the expensive ambulance rides because it's like they've been told that if they criticize it or that they are suddenly like they're a traitor?
Yeah, I think that there's definitely a part of that. I mean, look, obviously they will criticize America when a Democrat is in charge. So there are things that they can identify that are bad, but it's also.
Shout out to my man, Chris Brown. He said, just because you so cool. Shout out to you, brother. Just because we all cool. On this channel, we all cool. Shout out to you with the $5 love, brother, over on Cash App. Shout out to all you guys that are supporting the channel by way of Cash App, PayPal, and Super Chats. Let's continue on.
We've probably talked about this. There was an old Al Franken book where, I think it was Al Franken, where he talked about love for your country and how liberals and conservatives do it different. And he used an analogy to like your mom having like a drinking problem. Like a lib loves their mom, so they do an intervention. They try to help her with her problem. A conservative loves their mom by saying, how dare you say my mom has a problem? Right. Like it is a problem. You should do something about it. I think that they would identify those things, but they also they love the idea that basically conservatives love anything that makes them automatically superior without effort. And the fact that you were born into the best country in the world, they love the idea of that, and they don't want to give up that concept.
Let me give you a statistics that is staggering. 57% of Americans do not have $1,000 to use for an emergency expense, which means that if you have $1,000 in your bank account, you are in the top 33% of America. That's how much it takes to be in the top 33%. Most people spend money on stupid shit. If you actually care about your freedom, keep in mind that as an American, you are in the best place to become free the quickest. I live in one of the most expensive areas in America. No, it's not California, it's Northern Virginia. Look at the statistics. If you're California, stop bothering me, ok? Cazzo. Avete proprio rotto i coglioni. My cost of living here, including everything, is around $25,000 a year. Which basically proves that if you make $40K a year, an entry-level salary in my area, even after tax, you'll be able to save money. And more than the typical 5% of your income. Considering that your income will go higher with the time, you'll be surprised by how much you can accumulate in this country. If you actually learn how to use that money, for example, leveraging with real estate or stocks or whatever, you'll be surprised how quick the money can grow. The first step is to get in the top 33% of people by simply saving $1,000. And don't tell me that saving $1,000 is difficult. Really look within, because I'm pretty sure that all of you have expenses that don't make fucking sense. I still do. I'm a foodie, but I also cook. So I spend an unnecessary amount of money on, let's say, special groceries. But that is a knowing choice I make because I like food. And you have some stupid expenses too that are also detrimental to your life. Do you really need subscription to 5 different movie services? The house in front of me, which is worth 40 grand, has a $30,000 Kia parked in front of it. That is a perfect example of what I just described. Broke people buying new cars. Guys, I own multiple houses. My daily driver is a 2008 car that I actually got for free and I fixed it up. Preferences, guys, preferences. And keep in mind you're in the best place to become financially free if you really want to. Peace.
If the US offered you $1 million to move back and stay in...
Now we're back to the original question, gentlemen. I brought you back to the original question on purpose. After we've seen what we've seen, now you understand why he said what he said.
The US for the rest of your life, would you take it?
1 million? No.
2 million?
No, not for the rest of my life.
3 million?
Huh?
3 million?
No.
10 million?
Not for the rest of my life, no.
15 million?
No.
25 million?
No.
50 million?
No.
75 million?
No, like, I really value my freedom, but I mean, if you came with, if you, like, I really, like, honest to God, like, if I think about how much life I have and how much I enjoy the world, no, life's great. Like I wouldn't, to be just in the United States for the rest of my life, I don't think I would be happy if I had to spend my whole life. Like, I love it. I love the United States. I love America. Like, if you're like, hey, spend 8 months and you're going to buy me 150 mil, I'm taking it. Like, I love America, but the rest of my life, hell no. Like, no.
You sure?
100% sure. On my on my children.
He said, on my children. Shout out to him, brother. He said all the chemicals that they allow here are banned overseas. Yep. Shout out to all you guys, man, that always send me a video that kind of, like my man Kenny Peoples and all the rest of you guys that'll send me a video and kind of like jar me to kind of like focus on a particular topic. And this is one that you guys brought to the table. With that small video that you guys sent me of Jabril, I just made and created that whole video, that 45 minutes of clips, because a lot of people don't want to come back. No, there's nothing you can offer us. There's nothing you can offer us. I came back to the United States because I wanted to be around my conclave brothers for the Black Manosphere Conclave. I'll be coming back again this year because I want to be around my conclave brothers for the Black Manosphere Conclave this year in Miami. Make sure you guys sign up. I've been dropping the link. As well, sign up for Theo's classes. But as far as last time I went to the United States on my own was during COVID. I was there for I was there for 2 days. I couldn't take it. I felt weak. I'm laughing because I'm looking back at myself. I just feel weak. I literally just kind of like, yeah, I got to go. I took my Uncle Jeffrey out to dinner. Ghostface. I hung out with one of my couple of my friends, and Jeffrey drove me to the airport, and I got a hotel by the airport. And the next day I was out. This was in Tampa. And even when me and Jeffrey went out to get some drinks, the barmaids, the mixologists, they were from Colombia. So yeah, I couldn't do it, bro. I couldn't do it. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I love the United States. I really do. I don't take the United States for granted. I wouldn't be the man that I am today if it wasn't for the US. But living there for life? Them 2 days was enough for me. I was like, soon as I found out what the flight was, man, I bought my ticket. A motherfucking sap. I'm sorry. Dre, you couldn't do 2 days? Nope, I tried it. I kid you not. I gave it a good run, man. I gave it a good run of 2 days. I really was going ready to leave the next day. I kid you not. You know why I stayed 2 days? Y'all ready? Because I thought you at that time period you need to take a COVID exam at CVS or Walgreens and get approved before you got back on the plane. Man, once I found out that you didn't need a COVID test to go to Colombia, go back, man, listen. You talking about a brother that put the jets on. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Oh, man, the International Quiet Storm. He said, Dre, I got to get out of here, too. He said, I had to cut the IRS a damn check today. I need them tax breaks. Let's look at them. I'm glad that you guys brought that up. I was wondering what I was supposed to look up. Before we go, gentlemen, I know it's getting late. Before we go, let's look it up real quick because I always look this up. Tax breaks for expats. And let's look at these. Is it right here? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Even if you got family, you get the child tax credit. You get that. You get the earned income tax credit. That's true. You get the student loan deductions. But I'm trying to find the other one. I think it's green. They show it. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, here we go. I got it. Let me pull it up on screen for us, gentlemen. Let me pull it up on screen. I'll remove this. Oh, a lot better for us blind folks. Okay, these are some of the deductions, the standard deductions that we normally get. You know, regular itemized deductions, blah 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 blah. Right? These are just regular deductions. We get itemized deductions as far as such medical, dental, state. If you deal with state taxes, interest on mortgage. This is just basic stuff, right? This is the stuff that I'm talking about. Number 2, the foreign earned tax exclusion. This is the first one. You go to IRS and look this up as well. The foreign earned tax exclusion or income tax exclusion, which is the FEIE, is a deduction that allows you to exclude the first $126,500 for the 2024 tax year filing in 2025. To qualify for the FEIE, you must meet either the bona fide, remember I said it was 2 qualifications, the bona fide residence test or the physical presence test. I forget how the bona fide works. But the physical presence test is if you're going 330 days out of the year. The earned income typically includes only salary or self-employed earnings. Unemployment earnings and passive income do not qualify for this exclusion. So that's the first one. Now the bona fide says that you have lived a full calendar year before you have lived outside the states. In other words, lived abroad for a full calendar year before you can apply. So this is not optional for first year expats. So you have to have been gone a full calendar year. And you must be a U.S. citizen, not working abroad for a fixed time amount, such as a 1 to 2 year contract, things like that. And now, don't get me wrong, you guys that are doing contract work, you are eligible for this as long as you're outside the country for a certain amount of days. Now, the physical, this is what I was talking about, the physical presence test. You might qualify for the physical presence test for purposes for the FEIE, that $126,500, if you spend at least 330 days outside of the U.S. during any 360-day period that either started or ended in the tax year. And your tax home must be a foreign country. So this one right here talks about that. The bona fide talks about if you have lived abroad a full year. Right here is if you are currently, physical is if you are currently still living and your home is outside of, your tax home must be in a foreign country. My tax home is Colombia. That means I have to legally file a tax form in Colombia. Whereas the one that's been out of the country for a year, they may not have legally had to file the taxes in another country, but they have been gone a year, so that what makes them qualified. Right here, and they gave an example. Let's say that you moved out of the U.S. on February 1st, 2024. Then, if we added that you've traveled to the U.S. for just 30 days since the time period of February 1st, 2024 to February 1st, 2025, you qualify. So if you only spend 30 days within a calendar year, it doesn't have to be from January to December. It just has to be a 365-day window. So it could be from April 1st to 2024 to April 1st, 2025. You see where I'm going with that? It doesn't have to necessarily be in January, but here's what we're looking at. Of those days, that April to April, you have had to only been spending 30 days in the United States to be eligible. You can't be, he said, please note that the physical test is all or nothing. If you are inside a foreign country for only 300 In 29 days, you will not qualify. And a lot of guys that do government contract work end up having to pay high taxes when they get back because they don't stay out of the states like they need to. They go running back home, ready to party with all that money that they made from government contract work, and they end up having to pay taxes. When if they would have just stayed out of the states, at least until that tax season ended, filed your taxes, and then went back to the states, it would have been all good. But they want to run back for Keisha and LaWanda fat ass. And then because they were gone for 200 and something days. So now they go back and they spend like 4 months back or 3 months back in the States, and they lose all these benefits right here. They lose all the benefits. The next one that we're going to look at, the foreign housing. Like I told you guys about all the stuff that I get a chance to deduct from taxes. The foreign housing exclusion is in addition to the FEIE that is available to individuals who have employers provide salaries. Not self-employed individuals, but you actually work for somebody. Like some of you guys are going to be doing cloud engineering and you're finally going to be hired. You know, you graduate from Theo's classes, you get certified, you get hired by a company. And let's say that company is out of the country. Self-employed individuals can use the foreign housing deduction. So it says foreign earned exclusion is in addition to the FEIE that is available to individuals who have employer provided salaries. In other words, not self-employed individuals. But it also says that self-employed individuals can use the federal housing deduction. One is an exclusion. My bad. One is an exclusion, one is a deduction. I use deductions. So here is the information for the exclusions. All that you get. Oh, I said 18%. It's actually 16% now. So you get the deductions for your salary, $126,500. On top of that, for all your rent and all your other expenses, you get another 16%, which is $20,240. You see how that works? Now you guys are seeing now all these other benefits. All these other benefits that you get. All these other housing expenses that can be deducted. My utilities, deductible. Real and personal property insurance on any equipment that I have or on our apartment, that's deductible. Small out-of-pocket repairs, that's deductible. If you're renting a space and part of that renting is furniture or accessories in another country, that's deductible. So you got a whole list of stuff that's deductible. And then also there's a list of things that are not deductible. The cost of buying a house, you don't get tax deductions for that. Or you got a maid or a gardener in another country, that's not deductible. Your television subscriptions to Netflix, that's not deductible. And then number 4, you got another group of tax credits. I'm going to drop this link to you guys so you guys can read through it yourselves. And Greenback is the one that I use to file my taxes every year, just in case you guys are wondering. Just in case you guys are wondering. Look at all these other deductibles we get. The child tax credit, that's another deductible. The foreign tax credit, the child's tax credit, the educator, remember I said if you're going to school, the educator expense deduction. So educators of children and elementary school children, there's a tax deduction for you, those individuals that are actually teachers overseas. Child and dependent care credit. individual retirement account deductions. So all these benefits we get. All these benefits we get. Tax treaty. Yep, I've been know about the tax treaty deduction. We're looking at 10 right there. And so I'm going to get this over to you as well, guys. He said no if I can. He said no if I can't travel outside the United States. He said I know how to make money, so the $25 million to stay here is not worth it. Good point. Good point. Tori says this. He said just want to say for all you brothers and sisters that have opened my eyes to the greatest content on YouTube. Thank you for so much. He said all the fact that many are across the globe. Such a blessing. Yeah, man. Yeah. He said, yeah, Dre. He said, I got out of here. He said, I got out of here. I had to cut the IRS a damn check today. He said, need them tax breaks. Yes, sir. I did a consultation a couple months ago with a guy that's one of Theo's graduates that's doing really good, man. He balling. And we did a consultation, and he ended up saving, I think it was $14,000, because he didn't know anything about all this. And so I walked him step by step through everything. He reached out to his tax specialist, and he ended up saving $14,000. Yep. Took me out to dinner. Cool dude. Every time he comes to Cali, we hang out. Cool dude. But yeah, I just dropped that link. I'm going to drop it one more time. I thought I dropped it, but I'm going to drop it one more time. All right, gentlemen. We'll be on Andrea's channel mañana, tomorrow. So we'll be on Andrea's channel. For all you guys that haven't subscribed to Andrea Wallace TV, make sure that you subscribe, because that's where we'll be tomorrow. Let me make sure I put Andrea's channel there for you guys to subscribe to. Andrea's almost at 5,000 subscribers. Doing her thing. So make sure you guys subscribe, because she's only 300 away from 5,000. And she'll be live tomorrow. All right, guys. And shout out to all 74 of you guys that are here, man. We're going to have a great time Friday with all the information that we're going to be sharing when it comes to remote work and contract work. So if you guys are looking to learn a lot more about contract work as well as remote work, we will be talking about that on Friday. And we got our movie for Saturday. So make sure you guys subscribe to the Rumble channel of Love Crossing Borders as well. Let's get ready to head out of here. I'm about to get some outro music for us. And you guys have a great evening. I'm about to go in there and enjoy some of that bread, eggs, those eggs I showed you. I was like, man, I could cook these eggs real quick. Enjoy some of that soft bread and make me some coffee. I got some work I need to do this evening. Shout out to all you guys. Appreciate you for showing Theo love. Reach out to him. Make sure you show Theo some love and making sure that you reach out to him. Let him know that Love Crossing Borders sent you over in regards to signing up for his class using that link that we put down for the Black Manosphere Conclave. Let's go to the classic.
Det var första gången vi möttes. Våra blickar bara möttes. Kommer du ihåg det igen? Kommer du ihåg igen? Du vill ha icy little fingers. Då du vet det chalas. All in, ingen broms, schackmatt på din vänster hand. come for me, my baby. I really tap on no ganana. Feeling singing and I feel I'm in Shakarina. Lots of house saving is in now. You're coming out to ride with you. 100 go back, let die for you. This is so big, baby. You're the alias. The fish, baby. But you got me in class. The 50-50, baby. Made the balance. Avec la refere, baby. Ingen annan. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffar någon som det. Du är mitt liv, baby. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffar någon som det. Du är mitt liv, baby. Visa mig vart du finns. Vi kommer väl till min city, nej. Jag vet att det finns. Kom det är bra lives and all nights, yeah. Jag vet att jag min ni kör det. Skön social smagelare. Jag tvivlar det. Visa mig vart du finns, yeah.
Baby, tan lejos y tan cerca, como enero y diciembre. Es que parcha teniendo la misma mente. Tu bebé ponte bien suelta, que sé cómo tú te sientes. Con las ganas de ser mala y decente. En la madrugada te encanta, cuando el bebé tuyo a ti te canta. En la madrugada te encanta, eres exótica como Fanta. En la madrugada, tú conmigo baby toda la noche. Sé que estás traga, yo también espero que se note. Yeah, baby, presiento que tú eres lo llamado felicidad. Que hasta la cama la ponemos a temblar. Tus padres hablan, pero no saben nada más. Lo que tú sientes conmigo, adrenalina, baby, dándote casico, yeah. Y pues, baby, pa' que sigo. Si no escuchan lo que digo, es de nosotros saber cómo va mi amor. Tocándonos y se nos da la madrugada. Te encanta, cuando el bebé tuyo a ti te canta. En la madrugada te encanta, eres exótica como Fanta. En la madrugada, tú conmigo baby toda la noche. Sé que estás traga, yo también espero que se note, yeah. Y espero que se note, vale mucho más que los lingotes. Somos la bichote y el bichote, tu reggaetón puro. Perreamos duro y down, se nota que estoy tragado. Lo vi venir, por ir más o menos a las 12. Hay que vivir, hay que sentir, que tú me revives con tu roce, yeah. Baby, cada noche, yeah. Al amanecer, yeah. Baby, cada noche, baby, tan lejos y tan cerca, como enero y diciembre. Es que parcha teniendo la misma mente. Tu bebé ponte bien suelta, que sé cómo tú te sientes. Con las ganas de ser mala y decente. En la madrugada te encanta, cuando el bebé tuyo a ti te canta. En la madrugada te encanta, eres exótica como Fanta. En la madrugada, tú conmigo baby toda la noche. Sé que estás traga, yo también espero que se note, yeah. Ricky Baker.